Hello everybody, we're live. How's my audio? Does everything sound okay? We're in a really quiet bit of the music, so you won't hear much music. Let's see, it looks like it'll be okay though once it picks up. Yeah, it's hardly any music. It's in that track where you just get the odd little bit and piece. Voices are voicely. 1, 2, 1, 2, all good. Mia's kind of quiet though. Mia's in bed. Here we go. Here's the music back. I think that'll be alright for background, won't it? Right, let's switch over to chat and see who's here. And it's quiet night tonight. We have Vedafalner. Hello. You kiss your wiggly pit butt. Cool. Hello. Cool. Hello. And Sean, thank you so much for your resubscription. 14 months. Thank you so much. Very much appreciated. Reels and Mia. Hello. Woozah. Indeed. You hear the music's good. Sparrow, hello. So I must admit, I was planning on, when I went to bed at the end of the stream, I was actually planning on doing, starting a new Stardeus run tonight. Lance, hello. And I had a half sleep. Hang on. Gonna sneeze. I had a half sleep. Woke up, had some dinner, went back to bed and slept terrible. Night, hello. It's my favourite bunny. It's my favourite pun bunny. Yeah, I got a crick in my neck and yeah, I just slept all wonky with my pillows all wonky and stuff, and woke up with like aches and pains in my head and pains in my neck, and I was like, I think I'll play something easy. And I didn't sleep that as long as I should have and stuff, and it's like yeah, so we're just going to carry on with this, but we're reaching an interesting point. As you can see, I've almost finished the filter. Did a little bit of work on it today. We've got the last few blocks of the filter to put in, and they're working on building the walls of the reservoir. Now that this corner's built, I've moved the water pump closer to the town. And that's actually helped us quite a lot with our water supply. Water and food has been quite stable. I've just increased the amount of storage we've got available for food, which is why it looks like it's only half full. Galactic's little trick with the having a pit at the back has done remarkable things for our food supplies. Let's see. I want you all on planting because we're in a drought. And my plans now are we would benefit from just a few more people, and I think we can support them as well. Jerry Mondu, hello. We've got 2 houses over here with people living in them. I'm going to open up one of the big houses over here and move these 2 families, and that'll give us room for 3 more people. And it will still need to keep up the manual intervention, but I think that will mean that we'll have a good number of builders and constant work. Oh, yeah, that's right. We're in drought. We need somebody on the wheels. We'll have constant industry as well as constant food and constant water as well. You didn't know poor beavers died of old age? Oh, they do. Yeah. In fact, what age they die at is within our gift. The better a lifestyle we can provide for them, the longer their life expectancy is. So at the moment, the average well-being is 9. This guy's doing quite well. He's actually got a well-being of 13. I presume. Oh, right. Okay. That's because he lives in one of the big houses. And the big houses have got all of these aesthetics. And aesthetics improve their lifespan quite a lot. Shainism, hello. Yeah, so what we want to do is keep on pushing up their well-being, because that means that we have a smaller proportion of them as kids, because they're not particularly useful as kids. If we can get them to live longer, then they have a greater percentage of their life is productive. Also, they work faster and move faster with higher well-being as well. So, yeah, doing good things for our beavers, does good things for our builds. So, yes, the message of that is look after your beavers, girls. So that's what we're going to do, is we're going to be looking after our beavers and seeing if we can get them to work faster, move quicker, and we're going to see about automating a little bit as well. Whiskey Tango, hello. Kids have no use. Make note. Yeah, as we build up the reservoir here, if we can split out, or when we split out the bad water and the fresh water, we can stop the bad water going down to the farms. And that will take away some of the tinkering. That means I won't need to keep on opening and closing floodgates. I'll just be able to leave the floodgates where they are. I won't need to open them for the bad water. We've almost finished the cap. We've got a couple more blocks. We've just got this last corner to do here, which is a sluice here. And is it just one more sluice? Yes, it is. The one that they're building at the moment. So they're just putting the cap on top of that sluice gate. There's one more sluice gate goes here, and then we just need to blow holes in the corner to complete the rim around the edge. Then we'll finish building the walls. Once the walls are done up to here, I'm going to take away the we're going to build a new water pump up here, and then we'll fill the tank. But who gets the most from that down the couch and you haven't mowed your grass in years? And when I used to have a car many years ago, my next door neighbour's kids used to wash my car for me. It was the only time that my car ever got washed. You get them to mow your grass, and then you tell them to get off the lawn. I think I want to capture the power from the bad water pretty early. On my last play on this map, I left it until really late. I just lived off of beavers and wind. But bad tides are such a frequent thing. We get quite a lot of power from a bad tide, so I think we'll make sure to capture it early. And we'll move our industry up here, especially the dirt collection. It'll just be a temporary thing, because eventually, well, no, we'll always tap into the power up here. But I'll have to keep on tinkering with it as we spiral our way down the mountain. That's okay. Just wait for someone to come and build that. Sophia, hello. So right now we're using a lot of dirt. But looking at how fast the builders are building other things, the dirt is pretty much keeping up with the builders, even though it's being produced slow. Oh, we've restocked on planks. I did completely empty the planks. We don't need more planks. Now we've restocked on those. We've restocked the metal. Well, no on cogs. We could really do with building up more cogs. I think what I want to make sure is that we've always got enough materials to throw down an emergency large water pump. Rip, you were missed, but now you're here, yay! We've got 12 days of, I think it was a 30-day drought, I forget. Well, we'll soon find out. Let's have a look at the level of the water. Is that about to empty? Yeah. This holds enough water to keep everything irrigated for about 20 days. So in the next day or two, that's going to dry out. So we are, it would have been about a 28, somewhere between 25 and 30 day drought that we've just gone through. Let's get these guys to go grab some water and make sure that the Galactic's pit is topped up. Wonder how many books you'd need for a pound of venison? Oh gosh. Oh my god. I've just got that. Oh dear. I was just thinking, that's an odd question. And I thought, hang on. That's Knight asking an odd question. There's something in this. Hey, it's my favourite bonus popped up in chat. Says, oh dear. You can hear that processing in real time. Yeah, I was thinking that's a Knight thing. Pound. Is he talking about British pounds or is he talking about weight? Books. Is he talking about dollar? They can't be talking about pounds because he's talking about books. How many books? Oh God, that's the. And it was like clang. The penny dropped. And Knight's back down in the dungeon, rattling his chains. Punching, rattling his chains. Right, well, let's... it's morning, is it? Yes, it's morning. Okay, so nobody's in bed. I'm going to close that lodge. Close that lodge. open this house. And we're going to invest in some more decorations. Because the science has been ticking up a bit. So we want the bulletin pole. Each of these houses should have a bulletin pole. And yeah, scarecrow doesn't cost much, and we've got the paper for it. Let's just make sure the scarecrow's the right way round. Yep, look forwards. There you go. Now all the houses have access to or are under the influence of a scarecrow. Okay, we should get an improvement in well-being. I've just seen it tick up, actually. It was on 11, it's now on 14. It would be nice to get the monuments. 200 wood we can afford. Now, I need to move the road out the back. I was chopping down trees at one point when I was short on wood. Let's make sure you're facing forwards. Now I could have you... No, we'll put the other one there. Okay, we'll have you there. You love the, that's a weird question. Wait, that's night with a weird question. Must interrogate process. No point having you in there. You've got no access to bad water. Okay, but we're gonna need some more wood chopping. And while we're not short on people, I'm going to get somebody on planks as well. We'll build up the stock of planks because I'd like to get the next monument in as well. Oh, there we go. We've got another dingle. It's dingling to tell us that our beavers are happier than ever. Actually, why don't we tell you to pause on that for a second? because we're going to want to put the other one directly behind. And you can reach that from there until we finish building this one. Yep, we can afford 2 people on lumber. Mind you, they are, well, it's not that there's 2 people running on wheels. We do have windmills tied into the system now. Haven't got any gravity batteries because we haven't got a good way of recharging them yet. And it's quite a lot of resources for a gravity battery for something that we would move. But yeah, it's going to take them a while to get that built. Now that the planks are going to be going through quite slowly, I shall give them a way around. And I'll let them carry on putting logs into there. A rule! Hello, hello! Right, they're still building up the top of the hill. You're here for the beavers and pips. And me. So Arul says, hi Sal, Mir and chat. Don't worry about your typing being bad, it's fine. Oh, they have... Oh. If I blow that up, the sluices need planks, and we're just putting the planks into everything else. I only need 5 planks. Yeah, let's do it. Bam! Sluice. Levy. Hang on. Why? That's not right. I blew it up to... I put down the wrong dynamite, didn't I? I did. Oops. Also, you guys might as well go find something useful to do. I need to speed the builders up here. Because if we're getting... I don't want bad water pouring out. Mind you, it'll pour out there. Yeah, I suppose I don't need to worry about it, do I? It's kind of nice that we don't... Enough of the cap has been built that we don't get much bad water coming out here now. Boom! Okay, now put down... This is the last of the sluices. A sluice and a levee. And I want you to prioritise that over building the monuments. dirt builders, every so now and then I want you to extend a little out the side. Pat Kaloo says, "Hey, Sal, me and Mods and chat." Oh, no Pip, no cheese, and a violent sneeze attack. Oh dear. Also, while I've still got the dimensions in mind, I'm building that up to, I don't actually know what height it is here, but I know it's higher than that. Oh, nice. Average well-being of 17 means our beavers are going to live a little longer. Drought's ended. Can we have beavers up here? An average of 18. Have they built one of the monuments? Ah, they have. Okay. Overall's going to have a nice rest. How are we doing on materials? We're okay on bad water, we're making soil, we're okay on dynamite, we're okay. Be nice to top up a little on cogs when we get the opportunity. And of course we've got no planks because all of the planks are going into here. So we won't be topping up on cogs until we've finish that monument. Okay, when the water comes down, I'm going to want... let's see, we're done with you. I want 3 people on the water pumps. I don't need anybody on the wheels. Okay, we're actually stable. We've got 4 builders in the builders' huts. I'd like somebody in the bad water pump, please. Can we have somebody inventing? Right, you guys all set to plants because we don't have a bad tide coming through. Hooray, a nap! When we start moving things upstream, it's actually quite exciting. Seeing the beavers getting themselves properly established. Okay, they've built the sluices. So next we want to put down the dynamite for the holes. Oh, another drought. Okay. Let's see. It's 2 deep there and 3 deep there. And then that's it. That is the... Well, apart from that bit which they'll build when they come over the top. I suppose that is a bit of the cap. Let's make sure those sluices are set right. It's hard to get to them from here. There we go. Close if it's contaminated. Don't worry about downstream depth. Good. As we start to capture some of this water, we'll be able to bring in more water storage, more food storage, and then more people, which means more builders. And then, yeah, we just ramp everything up now. As long as I don't overextend, that's always the risk on hard mode, is that we bring in too many people for the food, particularly the food, because usually it's easy enough to tap into an emergency reservoir of water. Lab Monkey, hello, says hi streamies and chatties. No pip, no cheese, but toe friends. Beavers are even happier, is that? Because we've built the monument? No? Oh, wait. Whoa, they're going to be so much happier once they've got that monument. Everybody likes a happy beaver. Yeah, we must have just finished putting in these scarecrows or something. Okay, well, we've got more water than it appears there because the sluice gates are open. So if we have a look under the cap, that's the size of the water reservoir. This pump can't reach in the pit, but all of the water in this square and the water down the sides is accessible to that pump. So that's a fair amount of water. They'll keep on pumping water for the next probably about 20 days. I'd like to keep the pumps running down here for a little bit. Yeah, just until we run dry. And then going to switch on Galactic's hull and 2 power wheels. Hello. Why not deepen it before I covered it? Because I'm raising the ground, and so having it deeper isn't going to help us any. In fact, if anything, I would have been better off raising it, making it more shallow, raising the bottom. If I'd have built the cap higher, that would have been more favourable to us. But that's hard work for a small number of beavers. So what we'll end up with is the water pump will be sat up here. Sakatera, hello! 23-day droughts. Yeah, that actually is not the worst. So yeah, the water pump isn't going to be able to reach down to the bottom. The bottom 3 levels of this is just going to be waste. Yeah, they do. They go to 30 days indeed. If I was on easy mode or if I was in creative, something like that, what I would have done instead is this, we'll call it a cylinder. It's a sort of circular cylinder, a cylinder. Goldfish, good morning. I would have built around the sides of that and made a funnel so that it was narrow going up, and then where the pump reaches down to the maximum. So that the floor level here was full from the bottom. But yeah, that's a lot for beavers to do. When we're playing on hard mode and we don't have antidote set up and stuff. Pendragon, hello. So this is what I've been working on. So the filter that we were building last night is almost complete. We just got to blow up this little corner here. And then we're going to turn it into a reservoir. The side walls are going in for the reservoir right now. They're doing a mix of jobs at the moment. So they're doing some reservoir wall building. They're blowing up this side. And then they're also building a monument over here. That's why you replace beavers with bots. They're superior. Yeah, not this stage though. Not this early in the game. Not when you're doing... Not if you want to do a big mega build like this on hard mode. We'd have to get a whole bot industry up and running. That's kind of... I don't know, I'm more interested in getting the mega build started. And starting to see how that's going to look and getting the beavers moved up here and stuff. But I'd also argue that the beavers are not that good. If you've got bots running a self-sufficient bot industry, it takes like 70 odd bots to just make bots. Keeping beavers from getting hurt is great, but beavers are best boys. Yeah, if you, because I did that on my last build, I looked at using bots to produce all of the goods that we needed to produce bots. And yeah, it was about 70 bots were needed to keep about 75 bots working. I ran out of forest ground at that point. If I'd put in more forests, which we'll do on this map, we will use bots on this map. You just got home from visiting Mum yesterday, just you signed off. Timing, huh? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Pendragon. Yeah, bots are very wood intensive, they are indeed. Oh, here we go. Right. Boom. Kapow. And there we go. That is, well, it's not actually complete. It won't be complete until I've built this bit here, because that seals it in. But they can build the wall in here now. Bring the path round. So if they get to the point where all that's left to do is to fill in this corner, at that point we'll remove this and move it up top. Fill in the wall and we'll gamble that we've got enough water stored up. Can you keep the water pump at the lower level and it still works? Not if you want to raise the water level, because it would just flood. Not really here, so don't say hi to me. I have to walk to the pharmacy. Okay, Wanderer. Oh, walking to the pharmacy doesn't sound good. What I have done before is, especially when I'm in an intermediate stage where I don't have proper reservoirs set up, I'll put in a second pump that is flooded when we've got lots of water. But then when the main pump up here dries out, the secondary pump becomes available. So we can do that. There is no, it doesn't wreck anything being flooded, so we can keep it flooded and then just open it up when it becomes, if we get into an emergency situation. Now, as they build across here, they're going to be blocking the exit for the fresh water. The fresh water is going to flood out over the lowest point of the wall. I'm hoping by keeping the pump as close to this end as possible. I'm hoping that, well, maybe I might need to seal this in instead of relying on hope. We should probably build a bit of a wall. What's our cheapest wall? I think it's probably a levy. I'm going to tell to come and put the dirt in there. Yeah, dirt in there and there. Oh, it's still going to flood out this way, even if I block this. Oh, yeah, that's not what I'm worried about, though, is it? No, it will still flood out that way. That's alright, it's only going to flood for a few days. Yeah, it's true. In fact, because that is true, you don't need to worry about this. You can build it whatever order you like. I was just, so what I was puzzling over there, I was just thinking about how we cope with interim freshwater. Oh, have we must have built the monument. Yeah. Okay, if we have a look at a beaver now. This one, all of their... Oh, they've even got wet fur. And it's got a few different varieties of foods. He's spent some time with a campfire and a rooftop. Where do you work? Oh, at the lumber mill. Okay, you work close to home. All of the aesthetics. 2 of the monuments. Yeah, we haven't got any fun for them yet. Finks, hello! Fairy, hello! Oh, age 6. Yeah, he's probably only just come of age. I don't give them enough time to really indulge in things, take part in activities that improve their social life or their fun. Is this the place where the happy neurotransmitters are born? It is! So, all of those happy beavers... Oh, you've got a bee sting. But at 23, he's moving 60% faster. He's working 30% faster. And his lifespan is 40% longer. So it's slave traversal. But Sal, we love activities. Periapsis, hello. Morning, just. Morning for me. It is just coming up to 1 a.m. Is it just coming up to noon for you? I could demolish the housing complex down here. Everything apart from where the stairs are. Because we will never use this again. If I need small temporary housing, I'll tuck them in somewhere around this arrangement so that they're covered by the monuments. We just hit an average of 23. That means somebody didn't get stung by a bee. Let's see. We've got enough planks. No, I think I'll let them build up a few more planks yet. I'd like to take at least one of the plank makers out, I suppose. Let's take you out of there. I want to put an extra person on soil. Can we support that without more extract? I think we're good for the moment. How's life? Life's doing okay. I slept a bit bad not last night, this evening. I've got kind of one of those where I slept funny and I've got a crick in my neck and an ache in my shoulder and everything. Like I woke up with sort of a pressure build up type soft headache kind of thing. Ache rather than pain in my head, and that's why we're doing beavers again tonight, because I was going to do a new starter Stardeus, and then I woke up thinking, I'm not feeling like I can focus too hard on something. They say sleep's important. What nonsense. So I thought, I feel alright for streaming. I just didn't feel alright for concentrating too much. Right, you're not going to do anything for the next 7 days. Oh, actually you might. Yeah, you can. You can plant all down here. Just saw a video sponsored by Stardash. It's surprised the game even needed advertising given how loud you've been at praising it. Beavers are good for what ails you. So put down endorsed by a Salford Sal should be enough of a selling point. Any Scottish related stuff? Always happy to see progress being made. Nothing significant. Kind of been taking a bit of time to settle in a bit. Things slowing down is a good sign. Yeah, we're having not exactly a breather. We're almost taking a bit of time to move in. We've been doing things like unpacking some boxes and stuff. Working out with the furniture that we've got, even though nothing's in its permanent position, because we're we're not going to... The house is never going to be as filthy as it has been in the past. And so there's some stuff that we're happy to have out. And there's stuff that we needed access to for like things like taxes and stuff. So yeah, we've just been organising stuff like, where do we keep the paperwork files? Where are they going to live? Because they were living in a box. And we needed them out. And now we've got a washing machine. We've got access to a lot more clothes than we used to have. Where are they going to live? Where do we keep things? A lot of things needed sort of wiping down and cleaning and stuff. I've got my little gaming book, which have been living over in, because we're renting some storage. So you'll be shocked by how many rooms we've got. You used to live in only 2 of them. Yeah, indeed. I think now we've got probably more room here, like that we regularly use, that's accessible to us, than we had in our old apartment, even though we don't have a fully functioning kitchen. The kitchen in our old apartment wasn't that functional either. The oven was terrible. More room for the activities that you're not allowed to participate in. So yeah, and at the moment we've still got like the whole of the downstairs. I mean, the bathroom's nice. The utility room is functional, but it's not nice yet. The cloffice is tool storage at the moment, but Mia sometimes, if he's doing something, like if he's doing something with the NID or something, while I'm streaming, he'll go and sit downstairs in the cloffice, and he uses a workbench as a desk. We've got the kitchen table up in the bedroom, so sometimes he's sitting through there, and sometimes he'll sit at the kitchen table. In here we've got like the old dining room table from my old house, which is you've seen it on photographs occasionally. It's I'm going to say a 1970s model. Death, hello! Yeah, and it's kind of oblongish, but then when you lift up both flaps, it's circular. But it's fairly small, it's easy to move around. It's just 4 wing nuts that hold the legs on. And it's very lightweight and quite robust. And I'm not at all attached to it. So that's why it's been a good table for us to use throughout this time. You can come out of there, we're in their trout. But yeah, our new chunky kitchen table that we bought, which weighs an absolute ton. Mia's put that in the bedroom so he can use it as a desk. It's huge. I don't know why we're not using that in here instead. That's a trap you've fallen in before. Why unpack the things you've proven you can do without? But that's probably not right for reasonable and responsible people like me. I don't know. I actually have a box that is stuff that I don't need, I don't use, but I don't want to throw out either because I'm attached to them for kind of sentiment or because there's just too much history to throw something out. I've got a box for keeping all that stuff in, and I keep it all nicely packed up so that it can move with me wherever I go. Your assessment that Sally's reasonable and responsible fails the cheese test. And Emile, hello Emile. Are you back, Wanderer, or are you still walking to the pharmacy? Well, you and me, you wouldn't be surprised if you lived a lifestyle closer to mine, closer to yours. You're back from ice skating to the pharmacy. Ice skating? Are you not in Arizona anymore? Pectins and ice are not fun. You understand what I mean? You still have your childhood plushie. It's your most prized possession. Cold enough to ice over the sidewalks today. Wow. Yes, hell is freezing over. It's official. Oh my. I had no idea that Arizona actually got that cold. Oh, right, I didn't switch the pump off. I didn't switch you off. Oh, we might as well switch you. I don't need more bad water at the moment. We could do with more extract though. Because Arizona only exists so the sun doesn't shine directly into hell. Oh yeah, usually during the drought or bad water. If it's just Galactic's hole keeping the crops growing, I'll usually just switch to only the one farmhouse and put everybody else into industry. Okay, let's get you out of Galactic's hole, put everybody into water pumping. Your mum's feeling better. They moved her to rehab after the knee replacement last night, so the docs think she's going well enough. Oh, that's good to hear, Pendragon. Ice skating to the pharmacy sounds like the perfect place to be if you're going to fall on the way. How outsiders see Arizona, the place so deep in the desert that people there need water haulers. Oh, here we go. We're getting to the point where we are going to start blocking the fresh water from going out of the current path. This must have taken a lot of explosives. No, actually, we've been building up rather than digging down. We've had a few little booms, but not too much. Windows Cell not use a lot of explosives. There is a lot of explosives in our future. Most certainly. I'm sorry, Mia, this is just my secret gun and explosive cache. Okay, trout. I haven't changed anything down here, but let's check I haven't changed anything. Yeah. Height of 1, height of 85, height of 85, and you're open. Good. We've got 2 choppies, 1 forester. We've got someone on science. I've got someone cooking baked potatoes. I've been swapping these 2 over. Whenever I've needed some bad water, I've looked to see if we've got enough baked potatoes in stock and then just stuffed them in there. Let's check that all the farms are on plant rather than harvest. Yep. So then everyone else is just however I've split them up here. Which at the moment is 2 people on soil, 1 person on the centrifuge, and 1 person making planks for us. Everybody else is building. As and when we get extra people, they're just being dumped into the builder's hut. How's our scrap guy? Have you got storage space? You have. You assume I kept the old safe to use as a reference? Yeah, I did. Yeah. It'd be funny if she hadn't done that to pull me. Oh dear, what was that? Oh yeah, that. Yeah. Being a Mia is a thankless job. Either that or you broke out your graph paper and your drafting pencils. Well, oh, I haven't got my phone, otherwise I'd take a photo. My little gaming book now has a diagram of the filter arrangement at the top here with all of the dimensions. That because I went and got the dimensions of this from my previous map and then copied them into my little gaming book. As you mostly have this stream up in the background, it's funny when your brain decides to tune in again. Like now, leaving you try to deduce the causal relationship between baked potatoes and bad water, as you missed the discussion leading up to the comment. Bad water makes an acceptable form of ketchup. You do that for Minecraft or Terraria, Starbound builds sometimes? Yeah. Okay, when the drought makes its way down here, it means the wheels aren't going to run, so we need to put somebody on power. We're a lot more comfortable now. There's a lot less micromanagement. Okay. You 3. I want 2 of you on the wheels. And I want 1 of you in Galactic's hole. You have graph paper for your Oni base, for Dyson Sphere, a few other games where sometimes grid patterns setups matter. Yeah, I've got my little gaming book is full of notes like that. Yeah, lists of seeds for things. Let me just have a look through. Oh, in fact, oh wow, this book is 10 years old. I hadn't realised it was that old. Because tucked in the very back, there's like a little pocket. I've got the scraps of paper where I first made notes of my Twitch stream times and how it had been broken up into episodes for YouTube, because I wasn't at all prepared. There's a Minecraft world seed, a prison architect seed. I've got a diagram showing all kinds of coordinates from a Minecraft world, including where the Nether is. I've no idea which world that was. Yeah, it's a mixture of all kinds of details about YouTube videos and diagrams of games, and but I had me dig it out because it's got, in particular, it's got what order I do things in Dwarf Fortress. There's a list of people's names that I must have had on something. Oh, there's all my Banished episodes and what times they were. Space Engineers, what times they were. I don't know why I needed to know this, but it was useful for some reason. What's this? Seeds with potential. A Bay Island. Formations Island. Surrounding Hills Island. Water temples, lava falls, ice spikes, jungle. I think that's Minecraft seeds, but not necessarily. Oh, Terra Firmacraft. A seed and where to find bismuth, copper, caves, gold. Something about Thea. Oh, what's this? That looks like... That's a circuit diagram. Something that involves lots of C's and W's and directions. I don't know what that is. But yeah, if I look through my little book, there's all kinds of notes about how to build. I know in there somewhere it's my only fish farm. Nell, hello. Sorry, I was engrossed there for a second. You're definitely an ad hoc figure as you go sort of play for automation and base building games. I am, but then when I work out something nice, I like to make a note of it afterwards. As part of the fun, you made Excel spreadsheets for Terra Invicta purely for fun. They're absolutely not needed, but you could, so you did, indeed. One day, tonight or tomorrow, you're going to try and work out an automated poke shell breeder starvation ranch. It's one of the last major things you need to figure out for your current base. The little dog leg next to the power wheel on the river edge upsets you. The little dog leg next to the power wheel on the river edge. This one? Or this one? Here. When Sal could make it more straight and more direct. It's just one of your weird quirks that expresses from a desire for symmetry. It will not do to try to rush the ziggurat. Indeed. It sounds like I was doing some archaeology. A full rollout map of Legend of Zelda. That's a big thing, Sal. Oh, what was that? Is more edited content with me? It's still on the docket? I do hope so. Oh, topside. The path, not the ground. The dog leg near the power wheels. That could easily be more straight. Do you mean this bit? Actually, there is some benefit in me straightening that bit there. Yes! That little bit. Yes! Yeah, there's benefit in that because now I've got some more farmland. Tell you what, plant some sunflower seeds there. Yes, I'll put the dog down. Is there anything else I needed to do when we've got a drought on the go? They got power. Soil's full, and come on, we've got plenty of building works to do. Oh, I see why. Okay. The stuff they're building at the moment doesn't require soil. No, to a farm upstate. Yeah, not down on the floor. Oh, apparently we're happier again. Excellent. If our storage is full for soil, I really should put down more. It's because we use such a lot of soil when we're building. So make sure the builders take care of that. Right, 4 buildings don't have workers. Which ones? Oh, dirt excavator, that's fine. Builder's hut, that's fine. Scavenger, that's fine. Lumber mill, that's fine. So we're currently still running the centrifuge. Probably got a load of injuries. Yeah. We may start seeing floods at the end of this cycle. it's Lord Pretty Beard. Hello, have a happy lurk. Our food is full. I am going to reduce the number of farmers a touch. Yeah, take one out of there and one out of there. Galactic! Hello, hello! No pipwitches for anyone. Bad Galactic, no Galactic. Who says, hi Sal, background sleeping or awake, mirror and chat? Your hole's performing really well, Galactic. I've brought in more beavers because of it. I don't usually run this much industry during a drought because when we're trying to run all of these buildings just off the wheels, it's a bit excessive. I think we've built up the extract now and we've got enough planks in. So you guys get back to the builders. Juniper Whispers, thank you so much for your Prime subscription. Very much appreciated. 18 months. That is a Twitch baby. That's our second Twitch baby. We shall call them Whisper Cell. Unless you got a better idea. Thanks, Sal. I trained it well, says Galactic. Yeah, there we go. Now we've got a bunch of builders that will speed things up a little bit. Oh, Knight's got the pip. Fraudulent Galactic detected. Oh, Knight pets the pip. No, you don't pet the pip with bread. Knight knows how it feels to be delicious. Let's make sure they've got a little bit of girth to add. Oh, my cheese is in the pungeon. I haven't got any cheese. And Galactic, consider yourself noticed. Shainism says I need to keep an eye on you. So what I've found works well, for me at least. I don't know about for the beavers, but for me. When I'm building something like this, I set up a thin wall for them to build. And because they can only build that one tile at a time. And then I have some bit of block of land as a sort of secondary project for them. And that way, when I'm ready to actually fill in the block of land, a lot of it's already been done. And because I like to tinker with things, just queuing little bits up here and there suits me better than just giving them a big project and letting them go on it. Okay, we're definitely going to flood the pump at the end of the cycle. You mean you're not a beaver? Right, you guys go find something else to do. We're out of water. Also, this is going to be drying out down here, I think. Got 2 idle people. Go and run lumber. Because as soon as this dries out, if I'm paying attention this time, I will switch out 2 of the farms. Because it only takes 2 people to maintain Galactic's hull. But yeah, we've gone from me being a little uncertain, deciding to take a gamble to bring in some extra beavers. With the addition of those 2 monuments, we're now making more food than we can eat. Actually, you're the Galactic Hull farm. Leave the pip alone, Galactic. Because we're going to be interrupting the water collection, I'll just wait and see how we do. Because we won't be able to use this pump while the water's flowing, which means we can only use this pump during a drought. Or, well, during the early stages of a bad tide. Yeah, the reservoir will be full, though. Even at bad tides, we'll be able to use it during droughts and bad tides. But yeah, if things go okay with us, we'll bring in some more beavers. Okay, you can go be a builder. I could kick you out of there and tell you to go be an inventor for a while. Right, for now, we're going to tell that sluice gate to just stay closed. And I might in the future replace these platforms here with floodgates. Now, I won't really know about that. I need to decide what I'll do once I see how it looks downstream, I'll decide what we're doing here. Now I know the gap between here and when we swing the channel round. Probably a good idea to mark that in. Let's see, little gaming book. Come here. Come hither. Yeah, so it's 3, then the path, so that's a temporary inner path. 1, 2, 3, and then the path. Then it's 4, and then we swing. DJK, hello, hello. What a soothing voice you've got. You never cease to amaze me. Thank you, Finks. That's lovely. One, 2, 3, 4. It's 4 and then it's the water. 3, the path, then 4 on the outside, then it's the canal. Yes, almost indistinguishable from nails on a chalkboard. Oh, thank you, Fatal Owl. So fresh water goes in that direction. And we're going to have to lift it up over the top of the Badwater sluice until we get clear of this area. Then it'll be 6 for the Badwater sluice. Well, for the turn. Pop. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, here we go. Yeah, we're about to flood the pump for the first time. Tell you what, let's get some people in there because they'll be able to pump a little bit. Ah, okay. They finished that bit. Oh yeah, let's see so the reservoir's starting to fill up. But this pump's too low at the moment, and so the way the water's going to get out is by flooding the pump. and the tanks. And then it'll escape down here and follow its normal path. So that pump in these tanks isn't going to be usable until we get either bad water or a drought. So yeah, we're going to have to deal with a little bit of temporary flooding. Which is okay as long as we've got water down here. Otherwise we're going to end up with very thirsty beavers while they wait for the water to make its way down. Oh yeah, this water here is okay as well. Yeah, we're going to seal up that gap once they've finished building round. Then we'll seal this gap because we're going to move the pump up here. Oh, they've decided they like building a bit. Ah, okay, bad tide. Right, knowing that it's a bad tide coming in next. Oh, hang on. Close you. Stop you. Stop you. We don't need you. Start you. Start you. Start you. We don't need you. We want to switch on you and you. Take you out of there and put you in there. Take you out of there and put you in there. Okay. That's our setup until the bad water comes. I want you out of there. We should be sealed from the bad water. I'm just a little bit worried about some contamination making its way in and getting the beavers sick while they're building, but we should be okay. Bad water will come out here, come through there, down there, round there. Yeah, and then just follow this. What I'm a bit worried about is the fresh water will still be coming out as the bad water hits, and I'm just a bit worried that we'll get a bad water flood just here. While the rest of the fresh water drains. Too bad you can't submerge the water tanks and it fills them up. Yeah, indeed. I figured this wasn't too much of an issue because us having running fresh water is such a temporary thing. It doesn't go on for very long. It's actually quite long this time where no, it's not. It's one of the shorter ones. Yeah, we get 6 days of the Why are you guys building over there? This should have been the higher priority build. Well, I suppose somebody is building this, but somebody else is building that. Okay, right, now let's hope this works. Otherwise we've got some very sick beavers on our hands. Okay, bad waters. Oh, I need to just shut off the No, I think we're okay. It's not flooded. I need to close the shield though. Okay, what have we got? 28-day flood, I think. 28-day bad tide. Okay, now that's no longer flooded, we can get people in, and we've got a reservoir of clean water to pump out. Yeah, don't forget the tree pond. Indeed. I nearly forgot the tree pond. Okay, we don't need you working. Don't need you working. How good does it feel to restart? Not too repetitive? Oh no, I love it. Especially if I know that I'm going to be doing something that's just a little bit different to what it was before. You guys can come out of there. I want one in Galactic's hole. And the other two... Can we have one of you in... No, we'll say we'll put the extra inventor in later. I could do with somebody in the centrifuge. And our gears are really low. No cheese for you, Bernie. Since you have the water reservoir, do you have the S? Maybe if you can. Oh, the space for a farm. Yeah, definitely in due course. As soon as we've got this wall built and the water's at the right height, I'm gonna start farming up here. You accidentally hit send before you were finished. Where exactly is the bad water coming from? Very inky. Hello. It's coming from our water source blocks underneath this cap that we've put in. So yeah, we've capped off our water source. And it's coming from under here. Do you see the crinkly blocks? These crinkly blocks here. It comes from the stink zone. Yarrow, hello. During a bad tide, the fresh water source, which is these crinkly blocks, they're producing bad water instead of fresh water. And we've got this filter in place, which pushes the bad water out, out the side and out that way, so that the water that's above the cap stays fresh. Oh yeah, there's also dedicated permanent bad water sources as well. And Juice, hello Juice. You're wondering, because the sources were in the middle of that reservoir, can the cap open to let good water in? Yes, so when it's fresh water, the cap doesn't open, it's the sides, the sluice gates at the sides. These sluice gates here, between those two green bits, those two green arms, those sluice gates there only allow bad water through. So if the water is contaminated, well, it defaults to open, but if it's not contaminated, this bad water channel closes. All of the rest of them are set the other way around. So it defaults to open, but if it detects that it's contaminated, it closes. So when the water's not contaminated, it all pushes out the side. And when it is contaminated, it pushes out the middle. And the way the water sources work, they will just push higher and higher and higher. They don't care how much water is above them. They will continue to put out water as long as there's somewhere for that water to go, even if it's upwards. Takes notes from Engineer Cell. Allow me to vent my frustration, dear chat members. I'm refurbishing an old HP laptop with Windows Vista for a friend, and oh god, it fucking sucks. Oh dear, poor things. Yes, so once we've finished building the walls around the side and we've closed the gap where the pump is, when the fresh water runs, it will just go up and up and up and up and sit on the top of the cap. And then when we get bad water, the bad water gets pushed out underneath and the good water just stays on the top. Hopefully that thing won't be connecting to the internet. And this is why you play dumb when families ask such questions. You're installing the basic Linux system on it. She only wants to view her emails. Well, it seems as they want to come and work down here. We want to keep the fresh water off the ground while we're going over the top of the bad water channel. The bad water channel... yeah, no, I've got to, because the fresh water's coming over the top. I was just thinking, can I take power out of here? But I can't. It's alright, we'll use the rest of the bad water channel for power. Right, they're going to need some help building that. You're dumbstruck. Complaining about it can't fix the problem. Spam Control C and Control D enough to exit the nightmare, and it worked. You're so done. Oh dear. You made a bunch of pies: blueberry, rhubarb and strawberry, random fruit, strawberry, pineapple, banana, apple from a frozen fruit bag. You've now got 6 pies to last you a month. Oh, lovely. I love fruit pie. You feel you're in the meme years of academy training wasted, except it's about bringing a hammer to a computer. If I get the fresh water directed sideways, I could just throw the bad water off the edge for the time being. Do I need to though? I guess I don't need to worry about that until I'm ready to move the industry somewhere. Yeah, it'd take a little bit of engineering to do that, so maybe I'll wait until I'm ready to put in a permanent solution. I'm not having to do too much micromanagement at the moment. You could do it 2 people. But even now, we've already, by putting that cap in, that's a sizable reservoir for during the bad water. Even though during the fresh water we can't use the tanks, just at the moment. The amount of food and water we've got, we can definitely bring in more beavers, which means more builders, which means we build faster. I did mean to give them some more build work here. Curious, has the work on the library or similar building been going well? Forgive me for the Sco Village questions, just you've barely been here recently. The big bit of work that happened over the summer, that came about because, let me see if I remember right. They got a grant from the council, I think it was, to get the materials. Well, the school was getting some refurbishment done, and they were able to extend the order to get the materials to refit the library. It was new carpets and things like that. and paint and other stuff, but they had to raise their own funds for their labour. And rather than raise funds for too much labour, they got a bunch of volunteers to do the stuff that volunteers could do. But they all had to go on training courses. So like Mia had to go on a ladder safety training course and a first aid training course. Trying to remember if there's anything else. I think he had to do some online training courses as well. Yeah, so it was free labour. But that was considered matched funding by the village. The village raising the fund, like negotiated volunteer labour. And then put the call out to see if anyone would volunteer. And which, you know, it worked. There was enough volunteers to do the work over the summer. And then since then, because there's now a volunteer force, all village ladies to sell. Can we rent a Mia? Sell. It's for him to decide. Mia, sell. Can they rent a Mia? Where can I get this? Where can I get me this free labour? I've got a roof that needs fixing. See, all over Scotland, all over the UK, little village libraries are being closed down. So the fact that, can we rent a Mia? Wonder did at one point. Ooh, actually, I should mention to Mia that we're probably in a fit state to be able to re-record the Stellaris stuff. I bet we are. I bet he's forgotten about that. We've probably got the audio quality to do it. But Mia, actually, as much as Mia like complains about it, he really enjoyed it. Forgotten. Air quotes. Yeah, Mia really enjoyed working in the library. It's hang on, let me see. It's funny, I would say that I am more of an extrovert than Mia. That Mia's more of an introvert than me. But I am more of a hermit than Mia. It's a strange thing. I'm more happy in company than Mia is. But I need company less. Mia, I hate helping people. Also, Mia volunteers for literally everything. A library is kind of orderly, quiet, conscious place that you feel Mia will find deeply fulfilling. Yeah, I think so. And having some interactions with the villagers as well, in a place where Mia feels a sense of some sort of belonging or something. But yeah, there's been a few other things. That was the thing that started it off, was the big project. And since then, there's been the odd other thing as well. Oaktree, hello, says, hello, Sal, Sleepy Mare, chat, newly joined members of Rent-A-Mare service, except no AI substitutes. He will be deeply offended by your accurate statement indeed. Right, kick you out of there. We put you in there. Ooh, 8 days. Oh, okay. Yes, the seedlings may survive. Today is when does Mia bring us some books pungent menu, broiled spicy tofu sausage, carrots, sushi, and friendly sauce. Oh dear, I think I'll give the friendly sauce a miss. Actually, Mia has brought me some books from the library when they've been every so now and then. I don't know why, but they have a little thing outside that says free to take. Today is read a book along with your drink bar offerings. Soft wheat beer, orange juice. Cocktails are dwarven wine and milk with fabled cheese. Fisherberry wine and lemon seltzer with fabled cheese. Oh, that's where the fabled cheese went. You'd always known you'd end up in one of Oak Tree's menus one day. Mia's Story Hour will be quite a lovely little podcast. Oh, it would. Oh, when Mia does voices when he's reading the book. Oh, it's amazing. Yeah, if only we could talk him into it. Looks like we've almost used up the reserve of water there. There's a little bit left. Just a drag. You know now what you must do. This is your quest. Look you, hello, just tell Mia that chat needs to learn to read and write. We're illiterate. We simply need to add a Mia Reads redeem alongside Sally Explains. Can Mia be Mr. Conductor in the German version of Thomas the Tank Engine? You probably could. Right, let's kick you out and get you to go do something more useful. Plus it means you won't be up here when we switch to fresh water, because there's still a risk of bad water and fresh water mixing when the floods come. Although I'm hoping when the fresh water comes, it should take enough time for the fresh water to get up that the bad water will have finished draining. Our trivia question tonight was, who was the villain in Inspector Gadget? The Claw? No, wasn't that Penelope Pitstop? The Hooded Claw? Oh, Dr. Claw. Oh, Claw. Everyone said it was Claw. I don't remember. I remember what Inspector Gadget looked like, but I don't remember any of the storylines. Mia's mash and boil and put him in a stew. You say that, but Mia Reed's Lord of the Rings would be epic. Sadly, Sal does not get the Lord of the Ring references. I get some. Penny was the niece. If we could pay Mia to read books on stream, I'm going with... What's this? It's a Barnes and Noble. Go the fuck to sleep. Go the fuck to sleep, series 1. There are so many sleep books for infants, toddlers and children of all sorts, but this is the groundbreaking sleep book for adults that have a tough life, although good luck sleeping through all your laughter. You had a cat that sat on chairs with him? You can't remember the dog's name. Brain? I'm the reason we can't have nice things. The first thing you want to do is make him read smut. Oops. You're one of the reasons. You weren't the only person to think about it. Oh, that reminds me of, gosh, years ago when I was trying to get Mia to teach me how to speak German. And it was when we were doing the German series. I think it was before he moved in with me. I don't even remember the context I was using it in. It was probably something stupid. Oh, it was galactic. Yeah, it was when we were doing German lessons in Space Engineers. And why have I still got you running? We don't need you over there. Come over here. I mean, two of you can work in a lumber mill instead. Yeah, we did the German lessons on camera, and then off camera. I'm getting a Skype call with him, and I started off by reading nursery rhymes. Yeah, German lessons and Space Engineers. You remember that, don't you, Bernie? We didn't actually do much. Oh, where I was reading nursery, not nursery rhymes, fairy tales. And I do some off camera as well, where I was reading some. And I decided to try and progress to reading something that was a bit more grown up. The only ones I could read on camera were the ones that were not copyright. So yeah, I decided to. I went for a book that I found, which looked like a teenage medieval witches and wizards type age, or maybe it was a sort of young adult type age book. Because I graduated from things like Tom and Tim chase a ball, see the dog's called Spot. And then I went through a series which was all about the flower pot people. I wish I could remember the name now. There was the two pansies, and they were always finding animals in strange places. A zebra escaped from the zoo, and things like that. And I was reading that, and then on camera I started doing fairy tales. Then after we'd done some fairy tales, I tried doing some. I picked up this young adult fiction book, and started reading it to Mia. And the very first page was all about some girl undressing in front of a guy. That was as far as we never progressed past that first page. Did I finish the Where's Wally series? Pride and Prejudice? You want to make him read Jane Austen? Who hurt you? Okay, right, let's see how the transition between bad water and fresh water goes. See, this will be 5% contaminated at first. But then it will dilute more and more. But bad water's still coming out the bottom. Oh, we can see some of the sluices closing. But will this get drained before that starts flooding? No, it won't. Oh, yes it will. Okay. So we're probably not going to poison anybody with, yeah, flooded bad water. Good. I was a little bit worried about that. Okay, let's lower you. We want to take you out of there and put you in there. We want to take you out of Galactic's hole and 2 of you out of there. Put you all... Where's the water gone? Put you in there. I want 2 more to go in the farmhouses. What happens when you hurt a bee's feeling? It stinks. Are you saying having a crush on Mr. Darcy is wrong? I was wrong once. As long as you're willing to ignore the fact he's a deeply broken person, you had to read that silly book like 4 times to help your sister with a doctoral thesis. Oh, God, I hate that. Having to analyse books in depth. And just so you know, her doctorate is in American literature. Okay, we're going for a drought next. So let's raise you up. Now the water's all clean down here. Raise you. What's the name of a donut made of bees? Stings, don't it? Stings, don't it? I don't get that one. Just say it with the T silent. Lord Darthan, hello. Stings donut. Ah. Oh yeah, they've got something to build. So I'll remember this night. You always take culture from somewhere, usually from the underside of rotten tree falls. Now, there's some good American authors. I don't know any of their names, but I know I've read some really good novels from American writers. One that I would recommend, it's a bit dark and a bit freaky. I think it's called The Ass or the Angel. Is that what it's called? And The Ass or the Angel, that's the one. Oh. Is that by Nick Cave? Oh, that's not even American. And it's by Nick Cave. You'd have thought I'd remembered that. I'm not surprised, actually, if he was going to if he was going to write a story and The Ass or the Angels about what I'd expect. Okay, we should be able to get people in that pump now. Right, drought. We're going to have to look at getting our lumber from somewhere else soon. Oh, short drought. That's good for the trees. In fact, I'm not going to need anyone in Galactic's Hole. We do need people on power, though. Are you keeping up? What is this magnificent build supposed to do? We're going to build a ziggurat. The Hanging Gardens of Babylon. Let's take you out of there and put you in here. We're playing it on hard mode. So yeah, we get really long, we don't get much water to play with. So what we're going to do is build a water feature that retains as much of the water as possible. 2 ancient world wonders in one. You like the ambition? Darcy being toxic doesn't really come out of you. You just run over the top of the story fast enough. It's only if you look at the character in depth you realise how broken he is. And question, not challenge, but genuine question. Is that within the context of the era, or is that as compared to today? I'm just curious. I've never dug into it. I've read Pride and Prejudice, so I don't know, a couple of times over the years. Sounds quite the ancient wonder. Wait, no, Sal, don't. Zoda, hello, good afternoon. Thank you so much for your resubscription. 29 months. Very kind of you, thank you. Just wondering, before I start taking down these paths, I should get rid of those trees. Those trees are going to be a pain in the arse to deal with. when I'm building along there. I'm going to end up pathing down to it at some point. So yeah, let's do that now. What's the easiest way to get there? Okay, we want to drop down earlier than that. I mean, this costs us more in lumber than we're going to get from the trees that we're going for. But we need to clear these trees out, and there's some on other levels as well. Ooh. Yeah, we've got to get up and get rid of those trees and that one. We're going to have to build infrastructure for that. We'll put that there like that. Coming off the side. Because Jane Austen was an American writing about what she perceived to be the pseudo-Victorian debutante culture, it's really hard to say how much she was talking out of her ass versus how much she could have been describing a real character. For more of an answer, then you'd have to look at my sister. We did talk about it once, and she assured me that the part of the problem with Darcy was that he was an adaptation of a British literary trope by an American author. For the bad water channel, you can't build water wheels in it. We will be able to put water wheels in, not this little bit here where I've got the fresh water going over the top. But beyond that point, yeah. Yeah, I didn't know that Jane Austen had American roots. Did she live in America or something at some point? Just having a quick look through Wikipedia about Jane Austen, and it doesn't mention anything about Australia. America, sorry. Don't know why she was relevant for American literature then, but who knows? To be fair, you talked about one of the movie adaptations. Never read the actual book. I've read the book a couple of times. I think I've probably read all of Jane Austen's at least once. Yeah, she was apparently British and from the period, so you've no idea how accurate Darcy's character would be. Oh, we're getting there. And I got distracted. I gotta be careful I don't get too distracted. Staying away from Englishmen is common knowledge among Western Europeans anyway. Jeanne d'Arcart, hello. What are we making? We are making a ziggurat hanging gardens of Babylon. Okay, we've got 2 spare. These guys can go in there. Is an impermeable floor needed to stop water from below? Depends on what you're using. Instead of the impermeable floors, I'm using a levee. So the overhangs, that's the platform. There you go. The overhangs are not watertight. Water can push up through them and can fall down through them. But levees are watertight, or the impermeable floors watertight. But these ones are levees are made out of wood. So that is easier for us to get our hands on. Wuthering Heights is interesting. Austen's plots often explore the dependence of women on marriage for the pursuit of favourable social standing and economic security. Her works are implicit critiques of the novels of sensibility of the second half of the 18th century and are part of the transition to 19th century literary realism. Her use of social commentary, realism, wit and irony have earned her acclaim through critics and scholars. Angel Mart, hello. Wanderer to Cell, in the voice of Dr. Bones to Captain Kirk, biochemist Sal, not a literary PhD. I'm a biochemist Sal, not a literary PhD. Why does the Scottish need a cigarette? You read Sense and Sensibility and Pride and Prejudice and Emma, and that was more than enough. It wasn't quite as bad as reading Twilight. It wasn't one of your favourite literary experiences. Yeah, you don't read it for the joy of it. You read it as to look through the eyes of a historical character in a sense. Because it's not like current day person writing historical fiction. It was somebody writing fiction in that time. Read a lot of classics, but certainly not all of them. You've read even a surprising amount of British and Russian classics. But again, not all of them. Picture of Dorian Gray is one of your favourites. You've read it if you've got nothing else to do. You see, it used to be, before the internet, I used to devour books. I read Crime and Punishment in one sitting. Like, literally, I started at the front of the book and it was so gripping, I read it to the end and then put it down. No sleep. I think I had snacks. But I was reading for more than 24 hours. I just couldn't stop. I never read Twilight. I read Twilight to see what all the fuss was about. After that, it was not all bad. There was some gold in there. I'm just sad she focused on the other parts. Crime and Punishment was a great book, though. Messed up, but it really taught you a lot about the Russian people. You also read it in one sitting. It was not an experience you've enjoyed or wish to repeat. Yeah, it took me more than 24 hours to go from start to finish. There's a whole bunch of Shakespeare I've never been able to read through. I think I've read Crime and Punishment more than once. Never read the Twilight books. Haven't watched the Twilight movies. Bad enough. Oh, you read it in the original Russian. Oh, that's amazing. Just like your experience with Stardeus, right, Sal? Oh, dear. Is it old Russian? Wouldn't be that old, would it? Oops. Read most of Jane Austen. The only one she didn't care for was Northanger Abbey and Emma. You'll never hate any book as much as you hated Call of the Wild. I've not read it since I was a little kid, and I loved it when I was a little kid. But that was because it was all about dogs, and I wanted a dog so bad. Can't believe you're defending the Twilight, but the mythos had some interesting quirks. Teenage hormones were not part of the appeal. You've tried and still not get through an actual novel in Russian, even though the novel in question is probably your favourite and supposedly isn't translated very well. Did I get a dog? I did get a dog. Yeah, I got a dog when I was... about 14, I think. And I read Call of the Wild. I'd have been in single digits. My dog didn't taste of anything. I didn't eat my dog. Bad things. Galactic, see what you did. Garimi Bear, hello. What? Says Galactic. Actually, we'd probably blame Emma for this one. Sound like my plug slug, though. Dog tastes like chicken. I used to be good, Galactic. Now I read Twilight and eat pips, says Sphinx. What's going... Oops. Did I just put down a piece of path? I did. What's going on in game? Okay, you're still planting trees. You're still cooking potatoes. We're running on wheels and making dirt. How are we doing on extract? Oh, we're fine on extract. Now, we're almost out of bad water. Are we pumping? Oh no, they've put the bad water back in the pot from the centrifuge. We made a load of cogs during the last bad water thing. Our dirt storage is full. We might as well kick you out of there. Let's make some wood instead. Some treated planks. You don't know what it was? Both Melville's Moby Dick and Collared Wild both rubbed you entirely the wrong way. Oh, I didn't. Oh, yeah, we didn't run out of water. You're about to get flooded out. So we'll take you out of there for now. You can go do something more useful. You guys down here can start pumping this water because they'll soon be ready. Okay, you're open. Yep. You might as well stay there. The water's coming. Farms are open. How are we doing on baked potatoes? We're doing okay, and we really need bad water, so let's swap those over. Just glanced over and saw. I hear people disliked it because the wild's called collect. Interesting you mention crime and punishment as your impression of Russian people, Wanderer. Oop, and then it scrolled off. As it's definitely so very period specific and read very foreign to you as a modern person intimately familiar with Russian culture. If anything, perhaps War and Peace would be a better glimpse as far as Russian classics go. Okay, we don't need anyone in the power wheels anymore. Right, and while we've got some power, let's get someone in the paper mill, because paper's low. Sell the other power wheel. Oh, you're right. Yes. Yep, you might as well come over here. Well, I've just put somebody in lumber over here. Do we need somebody in lumber over here? Not really. They're only making planks to keep that factory going. Okay, we're on for another drought. I'll keep this guy pumping bad water as long as we can. We're going to get ready to put in the bad water thingy. Yeah, the bad water rig. Now we'll have to build a dome and a rig at the same time, which is a lot of metal cogs, planks and treated planks. because I've got to cap one and tap the other. Two free people. One of you in there. Have we used up all of the metal? I didn't notice we were low, and because we're out. Oops. I bet we're waiting on metal blocks for up here. Okay, they need some more build work to be doing here. Okay, floods are about to stop. So what have we got? 28-day flood, 28-day drought. Right, we'll get people back in there. Take the people out of there. We want one in Galactic's hole, two on the power wheels. I'll let them pump the last of that bad water puddle. Now, because we're on wheels only, and we're out of metal blocks, I'm gonna just have them run the smelter. We'll get everybody else doing building works. We do have a spare person. Don't need you on the grill. Let's put you into science. Shout out to my fellow book nerds in chat. Sorry, I'm missing a lot of the conversation. I have to pause to go and have a look, except when I know I've got everything set up for this particular phase. You thought bad water kept going, or was you wrong? No, during a drought, bad water stops flowing from the bad water sources until you put down a bad water rig. So bad water rig will continue to operate. It's okay, Sal. We know you hate us. You're busy with a cigarette. It's fine. As long as you're all having fun. I need to put my hoodie on. The wind's blowing again. I shall highlight the important, recurrent Timberborn question for you. Oh, yes, please. But question, has anybody else read that Nick Cave book? And An Ass Saw the Angel? A friend gave it to me, or loaned it to me to read. I didn't know it was Nick Cave. I don't ever remember knowing it was Nick Cave. It's a very good book. Never heard of it. It's called And the Ass Saw an Angel. There we go. Where can I look at this? Yeah. And the Ass Saw the Angel. It's very dark and very weird, and I still have some images in my mind. Oh, no, it's an ass as in a donkey, not an arse. Back in my day, Twitch streamers paid attention to their chat members. Maybe it's because the chat members stood outside their window throwing rocks at them when they didn't pay attention to us. Ask again, who? Nick Cave. Nick Cave and the Bad Seeds. He is? I don't know. Maybe still going. Australian... singer? Group? Whatever. What do you do with your 13,000 points? Put them in your pocket. Save them up. Oh, he's still singing. There will come a time when I'll be running something for 15,000 points. You'll be glad you got them. You put on the Weeping Song by Nick Cave and the Bad Seeds when you want catharsis. Oh, right. Waiting for a day when Sal has a point-to-money system in place. You would have forgiven the swearing anyway, since they're Aussie. That appears to be in their blood. For idle people. Someone make planks. Someone go on the grill. Oh yeah, forgot to switch on the grill after I switched you off. And TDC, hello, hello. And Kalak, hello. The only Nick Cave song that I would recognise is the Kylie Minogue one. The one that he did with Kylie Minogue. About the serial killer. A sound blockchain? What an amazing idea. Wait, no. I believe he's one of those musicians. He does his job 9 to 5 and that he goes to the office, writes, then goes home again. Oh, nice rest. Yeah, Where the Wild Roses Grow. That's the one. Yeah. You do know that song. Right, let's see how the building works are going on. Are we running the smelter? We are running the smelter, yes. Dude has a fantastic voice. You had an instrumental version of that at your wedding. Wow. What I'm going to do short term is just push the bad water in this direction onto this tier. And push the fresh water onto this tier. They'll still all end up in the same place at the moment. So that way I don't need to think about how to repower my industry. But I can start setting up the full reservoir and things. But yeah, I need to get the trees down here out the way and pull back the pathing. What about me? Did I listen to the Sex Pistols or something like that? We used to listen to Anarchy in the UK on repeat, and needless to say, we couldn't understand a thing. Oh gosh, I've had a little bit of a phase where I've. It's not so much that I particularly listen to any particular group, but there's all kinds of songs from all kinds of different genres and things that I like. But I rather enjoyed infiltrating different scenes. So I would find out what the appropriate way was to blend in to particular scenes. I'd learn how to dance that particular style of dance and find out how to wear the appropriate clothing to blend in, but I didn't have any money, so it was always how could I use my existing clothing. Infiltrating different scenes like a spy. This comes like spy shiz. No, not spy. Being Western European can best be described as the following. You grow up listening to Linkin Park, you grow up to be an adult, and then you understand what the lyrics meant for the first time. So I have been to everything from jazz clubs to what's the is rock clubs really the opposite of that? I've pogoed with punks. I've headbanged with thrash metal. I've drank brandy to in a jazz club. In an evening gown. I've been to a salsa disco. I learnt how to do a Northern Soul shuffle on a sanded dance floor in Wigan. Modern hello. Wait, why would you deny it so hard? That's a normal comparison to make. Forgive me for the heavy stereotype, but have you fought after a football game? No, I haven't. I've avoided fighting as much as possible. Salsa disco, saucy. Wigan Casino? I forget now. What was it called? There was a well-known, like, the nightclub in Wigan before Wigan Casino. There was one nightclub, and once a month they had a Northern Soul night. Wigan Casino is home of Northern Soul. You going all out for Groundhog Day this year? So Salsa Disco, I lived and worked in Venezuela. And so in South America, like salsa and merengue, that was just their, like, pop music. Oh, wrong chat. That makes sense. So yeah, you go out clubbing and you're dancing to salsa music or merengue music. But you're not dancing salsa like you see on, I don't know, one of the TV shows, like Dancing with Stars or whatever those shows are. Still excited though. You can just imagine him spotting him from a mile away. That's a British lass for sure. I was, after I came back, I was in a queue. Oh, actually, it might have been while I was still living out there. And I used to come back I came back twice to the UK while I was living out there. And one thing I used to love doing was when the night that I'd be flying out to Venezuela, I'd go out clubbing that night. Usually with my mate that I was flying back with as well, because we'd be flown back to the UK usually for some sort of team meeting or something, like a quarterly update of some sort. And me and my Spanish mate, who I was out there with, we both go out clubbing that night, and because it was just so hilarious because you knew you were flying away that evening, and so it didn't matter. Like, didn't matter who was hitting on you, anything. You didn't have to worry about anyone asking you for your number or anything like that. It's just like, well, yeah, you know, I'd love to, but I'm not going to be here. I'm flying in 4 hours. Just love that. The fact that we're flying away to such an exotic place as well. I think you called the meeting place the CIC. So that's being a tease. British, hello, in the MI6 building. Oh, we're out of storage space for planks. Okay, let's make some space for planks then. Oh, she knows. To think Mia removed the thief emote, you get to recover. It's sort of there with the raid text, you guess. I think it's sometimes I just wanted to go out to dance. And sometimes I wasn't going out to like meet people or infiltrate any particular culture or see what was going on or be part of a scene or anything like that. I just wanted to go out and boogie. And that could be really hard because other people might not be. And whether girls or boys, I'd be hit on by either. And the nights I was flying back to Venezuela, oh, that was so easy. Anyone hitting on me, it's like, yep, I'm not gonna be here. You must have been the sole user. I was too successful. I do know how to shake my funky stuff. It's funny, I cannot play a musical instrument. I've got no concept of how music works, but I can feel it. I can feel it in my bones and my muscles and my heartbeat and my body moves to music. You somehow get the impression that sounds Scottish has a secret base and all sorts of spy goodies. Not at all. I have never been a spy, despite what chat will tell you. At least girls are upfront about it. If they hit on another girl, they'll know. Yeah, the main thing was it just dealt with the awkwardness of, I'm sorry, I'm not here to be hit on. You didn't have to explain. I have a boyfriend. I have. Sometimes I would go out wearing a wedding ring, like sort of, and then if someone started hitting on me, I just like wave my ringed hand in the air because it was a way to like say, no, look here, I'm not here to be hit on. But yeah, it was an easy answer. You didn't get the what don't you like me, or people trying a little bit harder because maybe because everyone's drunk. So I don't hold it against anybody that they would keep on trying. Or they have another go. Saying, I'm flying out tonight. It's just so easy. See how Sal's using chat as the cover? Very suspicious. Totally not about a spy. Where's the disguise rushes off overseas at a moment's notice? You're literally telling us spy stories. It's a lifestyle, not necessarily a job. Wait until she tells you about being kidnapped in Venezuela or hijacked in Colombia. She escaped and came back to save a co-worker too. I'm not seeing... Oh, okay, we're ready to go. Get this guy out of here. We can pick up the water off the floor later. I need you to move this stuff there first. Just realised people were rushing to come and collect the rubble without me asking them to. Really? Is that the quickest way? Not like here? It's closer to a road, that's why they're going that way. Okay, that would seal it in. Even the channel points are grains of salt because everything else says might or might not be real. Yeah, my life reads like a story. Selling 3 franchises: Die Hard, James Bond, and Zorro. I remember once getting a phone call. It's only about a year after the kidnapping in Venezuela. I got a phone call from a recruitment agent asking if saying that I'd been given as a reference for the guy who had been kidnapped alongside, and she phoned me up and said she wanted to talk to me about Alfonso, and that he'd given me as a reference. Am I okay with that? I was like, yeah, sure, of course. So she worked with him. Yeah, I did. Yeah, in Venezuela. Yeah. So she said, he's got this story about a kidnapping. I was like, oh, we're talking about that now, are we? Because at the time I was like, I don't think we'd agreed that we weren't going to tell anybody about it for at least a year, and this was a year was just up, because that was what the MI6 had told us. Oh, you just unlocked the new emote. Yeah, the cuddle emote. Wait, why Zorro? That's what Alfonso called me, actually, Zorro, because I was running around Venezuela with a big knife. You can picture me with a sword on a horse chasing bad people. Yeah, I can ride, or at least I used to. I haven't ridden for years and years. Used to be able to ride a horse. I never learnt how to sword fight, and oh my gosh, I so wanted to. I love that you work on your cover stories with us, Sal. MI6 had told us, Sal, come on, you literally admitted it. So, yes, we were interviewed by a group that calls themselves The Organisation. I've never seen it in writing, but it sounded like it had a capital T and a capital O, who are an industry, or where, I don't know if they still exist, an industry-sponsored branch of MI6 who specialise in rescuing people who... No, that's not how I should put it. Who specialise in... Oh, my memory's starting to... wasn't rescue people, it was managing situations like this. It was basically to help people out who've got themselves in that sort of situation. The organisation, I mean, come on, how much more spy you can get. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that... yeah, it was all about extraction and rescuing, indeed. But we sorted ourselves out. It was only once we got back. Reappropriating misplaced human resources. That's exactly what they did. The Upsy team, so to speak. Yeah. So, the oil industry used them a lot, from what I understood, and I didn't know much. So you didn't tell me much. It was a lady called Maria who interviewed me. Interrogated, debriefed. That was the word. Allegedly. It felt very much more like an interrogation. Her name was not Maria. And she would have blended in anywhere. Just... I'm sending this part of the VOD to the government. Boris will be disappointed in you. You don't look like a Maria. Her name was not Maria. I don't know what her name was, but it wasn't Maria. Two free people. Plus, no good use just sitting there. Go into that inventor. We've got someone in Galactic's hole. Alright, we'll get the rest of you working in there. Was it Magdalene? Well, funny enough, there was someone called Madeline involved in... was like a friend of mine out in Venezuela who was sending me secret messages after. Sal's streamer friend Boris? I thought you meant... no, I thought it was like Boris Johnson, the ex-prime minister. It's the only British politician from that era, you know. Saying you don't look like a Maria to a spy may not be the wisest thing to do, even if you're a Sal level. Oh no, I didn't say that to her. But when she told me that her name was Maria and that she was from the organisation, it was just like, your name's not Maria. Yeah, it was just, I knew. Right, I think the next thing we're going to want to do... Is it cap the bad water? No, we want to finish over here, I think. Right, now, this has got to fill up this whole tank now. Before we get any water out of it. But thankfully we've got a fair amount of water in stock already. I need to cap that at that end, otherwise they're going to run in and fix it. Don't work on that one. They call the wind Maria. She slipped away with a gust of wind. This sounds like a reference I don't know. Right, along here, I'll just blow this flat, I think. Let's pick up all of this while we still can, because I'm about to cut it off. Oh wow, we're okay. They filled that up pretty quickly. Okay, so now we've got a bigger reservoir than ever before. So, song from the musical Paint Your Wagon. Ah. Right, we are gonna have a little bit of water for a while. Let's get somebody in there. Go replant all the trees. We want somebody in the bad water pump. You can come out of there. We don't need anybody running in the wheels. We don't need anybody in Galactic's hull. We'll get you guys filling up the bottom tanks. Feel like I'm just perpetually in drought. Yeah, it's either drought or bad water. You just get little flashes of fresh water in between. Just wanted to make sure we had somebody in there. Okay, close down science for the moment, just while the water's coming through. So the other 4 people missing are from the builders. Fine. What was the musical with Wandering Star? Okay, everything's okay downhill. Yeah, let me just check and make sure we're set up. I've got them set up for the water coming through. You're set to 1, you're set to 85. It was the drought before, wasn't it? So I'd kind of like to move the choppy camp from there. Probably to one of these here. Wrong thing. That's what I meant to do. You can chop that. Probably one of your favourite musicals, unlike Les Miserables, where they took a bunch of people who can't sing and made it work. Gustard, hello. There was a Simpsons episode where they watched Paint Your Wagon. For years you thought it was merely a parody, then you learned it was a real musical. Okay, come out of there. Go into there and here and here. Right, that'll do for a moment. I need to come back and move you over to there after you finish with that puddle. Let's get these guys set up with some more building works. See, I want to do the long thin bits first. Then we do the short fat bits. Oh, then I need to put down all of the dynamite for the bad water channel. And I need... I don't need to get those out of the way. They'll be fine. And Lexicon, hello. Says good night all, cheers. And Todd the Wraith, hello. Hello, you busy beavers. Must have been so hard going back to a desk job. Your adrenaline levels just not the same. Somebody had said to me before I went working abroad, said one difficulty about working as an expat is when you come back. Says while you're out there working abroad, working in a distant office, you've got so much decision making power. Says, and then when you come back, you can't even requisition a pencil without signing it off in triplicate. And it was like, I totally know what he means by that. It's like, yeah, that bit was tricky. It's like, what do you mean I've got to get approval for this thing? I didn't have to get anyone's approval for that thing when I was out working in the it wasn't just Venezuela, it was the other things as well. When I came back, the thing that I most noticed about the UK was how blue and grey everything was. Like the sky out there is so much pinker. I don't know how to describe it. The air is pinker. It's bluer here. New fire, hello, nice cube, thank you. No pip witches, bad British. It's the drugs. I don't know what that was in reference to. Sorry. Gives you the pink eyes? Oh, no. The sky was pink. Not that. It's like wearing rose-coloured glasses. The air's pinker. You left the UK for a 12-month contract. That's 27 years ago this week. I guess I'm not coming back. Yeah, something about the way the sunlight refracts. I've noticed this everywhere from... I don't know, I noticed it in Ibiza as well. Anywhere south of about Ibiza. At least I can notice it. So everybody else must, because, like, if I'm noticing a colour change. What was so inconspicuous about that Maria? You'd like to be more like her. She was incredibly, and I don't mean this in a rude way, she was incredibly plain. There was absolutely nothing remarkable about her. She had cultured that down to her hairstyle. Everything about her meant that she was incredibly average. You would never notice her in the street. She just looked like Janice from accounting. It was a government worker, all right. But she wasn't pretty, she wasn't ugly, she wasn't... she wasn't fat, she wasn't thin, she wasn't tall, she wasn't short. Her hair was just a medium brown colour, cut into a short bob. That's actually exactly what ex-CIA spies say. They were taught about blending in. They're entirely non-distinct. Yeah, absolutely. You're so incredibly plain. Thank you. I've worked hard on that. Yeah, indeed. Overwhelmingly average. The way she was dressed, the way she spoke. And I didn't know where she was from at first. I had no idea. It wasn't until after she introduced herself and told me where she was from. All I'd been told, I'd been phoned up by the HR director, and I'd been told on the Friday. When did we get back? Gosh, this is all so long ago, I'm forgetting the details. I think we got back on a Thursday. And I've been in touch with the HR director. I got in contact with... It was definitely on the Friday. We were told that we'd get a debrief on the Monday. And it was in the Radisson Hotel in Manchester. I worked for a firm in Liverpool, but they met us in... We were met in Manchester. We were told to... I don't remember going through the doors of the hotel. I remember the room of the hotel. I don't know how... I don't know who we asked for or anything. So much I don't remember about that. I was in a state of trauma at that point then. You know who makes a great spy within Downing Street? The technician that repairs the copy machines. Just a small addition when doing maintenance, and you see everything that gets copies made. Sounds somewhat like Sal's day job, doesn't it? Question: when MI6 showed up to debrief you, did you just tell him you were here for a dance and you were leaving in a day or two? Alf and I had agreed a story. We didn't cut out anything exceptional, but what we did cut out was all of the stuff about Alf being gay, because at the time that was a career limiting thing. Like when we got kidnapped, we were kidnapped or it all kicked off in a bar called Sodoma, and which was a delightfully appointed gay bar in Caracas. We told them it was a different bar. So there's a few things like that where Sodoma. It was so unsubtle indeed. You're about as much a technician as I proclaim to be a spy. I'm not a spy, and I never have been a spy. Just like the Lesbos bar in South Park. That means that you are a technician, though. No, you're about as much a technician as I... Oh, right, yeah, you're not a technician. I'm not a spy. Yeah, I see. Sorry, I was getting trapped in a double negative. That's what a spy would say. Pronounced lesboo, of course. So the harder you deny it, the more believable you make it, not gonna lie. Sal should do a podcast about a life as a spy. I mean, it's okay, Sal, you've gone a long way in your therapeutic journey. You're this close to admitting it. And Todd the Wraith, hello. Wait, no, if you're not a spy, pronounce purple burglar alarm. Is that a hard thing for spies to say? Babe! Oh, it's impossible for Scots to say, though. Ah. Yeah, I live in Scotland, but I'm not Scottish. I imagine it's all of the R's in it, is it? How was it to go back to a boring desk job with neither kidnapping nor Sodoma? It was a strange time because I couldn't travel internationally. Boom! And I was still quite fearful, and well, in fact, there was a little while where I couldn't work at all, and I was helping out two ladies that I'd met. One was an ex-policewoman who was setting up a business running a call centre thingy, and I ended up working as their night shift supervisor, and she taught me how to read tarot cards in case I had to handle suicide callers, which I did twice. It was a very bizarre time, and there was an attempted murder in the building. Boom! Which kind of freaked me out a bit. You would think that at that time, after what you'd been through, it was at least a small reprieve as well. It was a different type of stress. I mean, it's not spying in the right region. Is it just sparkling espionage instead? Tarot cards, huh? That's it. Oh well, it was a premium rate call centre. So there was 2 rooms to the call centre. There was one room that had all of the chatline girls in, and then there was another room that had the tarot card readers. You know, it was one of those places where desperate people would phone up and get charged astonishing amounts of money to be to have their tarot cards read over the phone. I think we worked out something like £75 an hour or something. It was because you were charged by the minute. Sorry, what? Tarot cards? Okay, suicide hotline? Okay, using tarot cards as suicide calls. So what would happen? You would get people who were literally on the edge. I took 3 suicide calls. These are people who were so far past calling someone like the Samaritans. They were actively in progress, and they would want to make one last check that either whatever it was that had driven them to that point, like often it was a relationship issue. They just wanted to have their cards read to see whether or not their partner was going to return, that kind of thing. And we got a lot of calls along those lines. Will I get my job? Will I get my partner? Will my partner come back? That sort of thing. But every so now and then, we had a little signal where, because the tarot readers, I used to sit in the room with them because they were the ones, like the chat girls, they were fine. I just had to listen in on them like every so now and then. If anyone was on a call for a significant length of time, I just listen in to make sure they were actually on a call and they weren't faking it, because they got paid by the minute. The tarot card readers, they needed much more... had to be much more careful with what they were saying. They needed a lot more training because the regulator was very strict on what you could and couldn't say for that sort of stuff. Just to be clear, maybe you want to avoid the topics. I'm sorry if I accidentally steered the conversation into something you're not comfortable with. Wait, so it wasn't a real reading? Oh, yeah, the tarot card readers were like really serious about it. I mean, you would think, oh, I would have thought, because you see it advertised in the newspaper back then at least. Again, this is pre-internet days. And yeah, you'd see, phone this number, get your cards read, sort of thing. Get that sort of message. Hang on, I need to find somewhere to put planks. You'll do. For now. Yeah, and it'd be a premium rate number to get your cards read. And I always just assumed it was like, you know, that it was all just a scam. Because but the tarot card readers on the other end of the phone, at least for the company I was working for, they were dead serious. Is tarot ever actually real? I'm a doubter in this regard myself. Yeah, I'm not saying that there was any truth in it or anything. I'm just saying that the people who were doing it believed it. Yeah, the tarot readers, they all had their own little setups. Like when they were interviewed, they had to give a reading to the woman who handled that side of the business. She wanted to know that they knew their stuff, and she believed it. Oh my gosh, she believed it wholeheartedly. And so did the people she recruited to do the phone lines. And yeah, some of them come with like their little special cloths with little magic symbols on and things, and they all had their own different ways of reading the cards. And so I was taught various ways, because what would happen is if we got something where there was a suicide in active progress, it took, what we wanted to do was to first of all get the person to agree to be helped, and then we had to find out where they were. But our license conditions for people who do that, if you ask somebody for their address or a phone number, any kind of contact detail, then that is against your license conditions, and they're extremely strict about it. The regulators would cut you off, because the regulators would listen in, do spot checks on all of the premium rate call lines, and if you happen to be undergoing a spot check at the time, which you wouldn't know, your phone line just goes dead. And it was a known thing in the industry. And so if you needed to ask somebody for contact details, you had to do it in such a way that you didn't get your phone lines cut. Surely in the interest of providing life-saving care, the regulator wouldn't be punishing you. Yeah, so you had to make sure that if somebody had just tuned in, just like joined the call to listen in on that call, you had to explain to the regulator why you were about to ask for somebody's contact details. So it's like, I'm about to ask this caller for the address of where they are so that I can get an ambulance out to them. It was that sort of thing. But when you're addressing a third party that this caller in distress didn't even know might be there, you had to explain to them why you were about to do this thing, and that there probably wasn't anybody listening, but occasionally there was, and just in case, you had to explain, like, now that they've agreed that you're going to call an ambulance for them. And that I'm about to ask for your, you're going to give me your address. I'm going to tell, like, the recording why it is that, and but you've got to explain this to somebody who is stood on the edge of it. In one case, it was stood on the edge of a bridge. It was another person who'd already taken an overdose. What was the third? The third guy. Oh, the third guy was so freaky. It was somebody I knew. He didn't know I knew him. He thought I was in London. I mean, he thought me. So we had this secret code where, basically, the tarot readers were like, as soon as they realised they were on a suicide call, they kind of waved their hand in the air and then, put a slashing signal across their throat to tell me that they had somebody who was on the call that they needed to hand over to me. Lifeline Australia was able to ask for contact details, but we had to convince the caller's local police that a welfare check for this person was warranted. Counsellors couldn't make that call directly. I thought it'd be set up so the operator could mute the outgoing line for a moment, say why they're asking, so it's on the recording, then unmute. Oh, it wasn't. We weren't set up. It wasn't something we were there for. We weren't supposed to be. There. Goddamn cell so badass. I'm curious about your input self. Hey, didn't want to out you. Don't people call saying you were wrong about X or Y not related to suicide calls? I explicitly do not want to know about the output of those. I don't know. I never handled any of the normal calls. You really love to think of Sal as a spy. I'm sure the readers knew how to deal with that sort of thing. Because they all had their regulars. It was weird. I don't know. I still find it... I can understand people who think they're not going to be alive tomorrow making that kind of call. But I don't understand people making a call once a month or once a week or something to spend an absolute fortune to get their cards read. Freaky. Lonely. Yeah, and I suppose it is it wasn't pre-internet, but it was before people had internet at home, just before. You work for a couple of weeks in an Australian, or is that Austrian or Australian government call centre dealing with disabled services, and had a couple of suicide calls. We had all of their info, not really told what to do. Yeah, the only meaningful human contact they get. Yeah. Oh, Australian. People who have mental problems. Yeah, they had smut lines indeed. Yeah. I'm telling the story of me here. My God, it was the funniest thing imaginable. I wanted to ask more questions, but chose not to because it was too distraught. Mental problem gang, whoop whoop. Oh, wait. Speaking from personal experience, you do not want to know the outcome of a suicide call. One of your friends called you one night before he committed suicide, and by the time we stopped talking, I thought he was fine. But he killed himself that morning. Yeah. This is, how I got streaming in the first place, was after I was on the way to a funeral of a friend who committed suicide. And he used to, it was one of the things I never understood, was like, because he'd always, whenever he'd been on the verge previously, he'd always come round and have a chat. I used to always tell him, like, I knew he was going to choose his own time, but I always asked him to just think and say, you only get to do this once. Is this the time? Is this really the time? Because you don't get to do it again, and you don't get to come back from it. So is it really now? Think about it carefully, because you can always do it a different time. Just make sure you're sure now is the time. And then one day he didn't turn up. He didn't come round. Bucket Dumper, hello. Oh, the Mia thing's working tonight. Thank you so much for the raid. GTFO, what's GTFO? Life's fucked up. It is. Oh, I just thought, I need somebody in the grill. I might as well leave this guy in there now, because... Yeah, I might as well leave you in there, because I got distracted. Yeah, that's the Mia bot. It's a Mia bot. Don't worry, Mia's in bed. You're not expecting a shout out. Thank you. You're very welcome. I would have asked for a shout out for you, but randomly we have a Mia bot that occasionally does shout outs. Or is he indeed playing an intense shooter game and you figured you'd raid your favourite streamer? Oh, thank you, Bucket and Pear. Yeah, it didn't work last time, so you assumed it was the real actual bot, i.e. Mia. Now the real actual Mia is definitely asleep. I don't know why the Mia bot suddenly leapt into action there. But then Mia wasn't sure why it was working last time. It was working because he thought it turned it... Like, we both thought he'd turned it off. Right, 6 wide is the channel. And here I thought Mia had just gotten super fast at the shout out. I admit I was afraid. But this side... we need that to come up higher. And this is where the wall is, to direct it around the corner. Okay, right, that's how we're handling the fresh water. He's been training to get out of bed, turn on the computer and give a shout out while a singular match is burning. Very much hoping for a series of Sal learns how to play the trumpet on stream or a different instrument, but preferably something preferably loud. Or the bot is only active while he sleeps because that's where the computing power comes from. Walter, hello. We only come to the realisation that earthworks is cheap. Why are you building everything out of levies? Yeah, indeed. Sal's still in his closet and his wife. Now his computer powers at night. Right, hang on. We've got... Oh, I did mean to check at the end there how much fresh water we had left at the end of that drought, and I didn't notice. But we've got a bad tide coming in, so we want to get this water out of here. Right, I'll leave them to build stuff while I think one person pumping down here would be good. We don't need anyone on the power wheels. Don't need anyone in Galactic's Hull for the moment. I would, whoops, wrong key. I would like somebody on science though. I don't like it when we've got nobody on science. I'll take one of the builders to do that. Oh yeah, we don't need you in here. We could do with running a centrifuge. I mean, while we've got a bad tide, that's the time when we run industry anyway. Right, I want you there. I'm going to get rid of you from there. And we're going to plant up a pine tree there. Okay. Yep, we didn't get... Oh, of course, we're not going to... We've got no issues with that flooding anymore. Rage Quitter, hello, hello. Have I considered writing a book? Not necessarily about my crazy life, just in general. For many years, I don't know, maybe at least a decade, I kept a journal. And it often made me think about, contemplate, like writing something, because I enjoyed writing. You want me here to narrate it? Okay, we've got our one farmer who's going to work, well, our two farmers, our one farmhouse that's going to work Galactic's Hull. We don't need anybody running power. We don't need you anymore. But we're going to need somebody over there to keep the hole filled. So that leaves us with a spare person. We need you. Yeah, this is the time to fill the bad water. We need you running. So I think that was probably a 25 day. How come you're empty? Because I gave them another warehouse and they haven't filled this one yet. Okay. We got the potatoes, just needs grilling. Right, I think we need most is 2 people in the centrifuge. This book is bound in human leather. The prose is masterful. Sal and Mia can both narrate it. Sal can narrate her part, and when she needs someone for other lines like, we have ways of making you talk, Mia can do it. You do that in leather-bound books. Your aim is to have a whole bookcase of them, never to be read, but just to look interesting, and it gives an excuse to use a fountain pen to write something that isn't just words for the sake of it. Don't know why, but my voice is calming. It menaces with spikes of bone and cabochons of blood diamonds. Human bone or giant goat bone, maybe. Have we got everything set up for the bad water season? Now would be a good time to start making explosives. I'm gonna start building out and getting the bad water cap and things in place. It's under water. We need to do the dome first. Put the dome on that one. And I'm gonna need to wall around here, so maybe I'll wall this off now. Then that way they can get to it without risking being in the bad water. Because at some point we're going to get floods that run down here. Been doing some patter recently. How Scottish of me, the one word I know. I don't know what patter is. What's patter? Google. What is patter in Scotland? Oh, right, yeah, just chatting. Conversation. Yeah. Have we cozied up with the neighbours, like the crazy spitting lady, for example? Yeah, just means banter. Yeah. We had a chat with the neighbour next door but one a couple of days ago. Not me much, not personally. Mia tends to know more people in the village. Due to his library connections. It's Packrat coming in with a raid. Of course, because of the higher Amir Yeti. Old sad one, hello. Packrat was playing Minecraft. How was your stream? Oh, we've got the Mia bot again. Won't have to worry about seeing any of your neighbours if you rush them out from phase 6 like you wanted. Also, hi. How's your stream, Packrat? Did you have a good stream? Seem to be wearing kilts, I'm calling it. I saw Mir in a pair of shorts once. He's got the legs for kilts. Like, he doesn't have especially knobbly knees or anything like that. He could wear a kilt and get away with it, I think. Yeah, because there was a time as well that he went to the fancy dress party at work as... Was it Daphne from Scooby-Doo? Oh, Lighthouse Goldmine. Yes, we want it all. Yeah, Mia was in showing skin is forbidden. I was very surprised to see Mia wearing a pair of shorts. And when I raised an eyebrow, he said he lost his trousers. He was looking everywhere for his trousers and he couldn't find them. I meant to bring it up in chat, and for some reason, I'm sure it was while we were, like, during the time we were playing Vintage Story. It's just before Christmas. It was hilarious. Right, can I get rid of these two? I don't need to, though. I'm not in a rush to. Our lives are eventful. There's a pocket here that's going to make for perfect drinking reservoir, I think. Somewhere where we can just store water to be pumped away. I mean, we're pumping from the main reservoir now. But we're going to need more. As we increase the number of beavers, we're going to need more. I would like to put in some of the internal layers here so that I can mark that path in case I lose it. Gailmare, hello, hello. A pack raid indeed. Don't mind explaining the water cycle for the newcomers, like how you turn poop into gold. The water cycle in game. So the source of the water. Let's just go to an area of the map where it's a little bit less hidden. Up the top of that hill, we've got another water source. Yeah, here we go. So the water in game comes from water source blocks, and if I hide the water, it's these crinkly rocks here. So this particular puddle has 3 of these crinkly rocks. They constantly put out water, except when we have a drought, in which case they cease to function, or we have a bad tide, which is what we've got now, when they put out polluted water, which looks like this, the poopy water, which causes this red veining that kills all of the plants, contaminates the ground. That's why all of these trees are dead. And this poop water, the polluted water, we can use that water. It's dangerous. If the beavers walk through it, they get sick. So we've got to keep the beavers out of that water at all costs. They get sick and die, unless we've got antidote, which we haven't. And we wouldn't be able to make antidote in time. They're alright walking on the contaminated ground, but we've got to keep them out of the water. But yes, what we've been doing is, this is a bad water pump, and down here we have another source of water, but it only produces bad water, just polluted water. The only time it doesn't produce polluted water is during the drought. So it's either polluted water or drought. It never turns fresh. So that's why we use this to put the bad water pump. So we're sucking bad water up and we're putting it in a tank. Now they're fine handling it, like in the pump, in the tank, in buckets, as long as it's not on the floor. And then we use the bad water in an explosives factory. 5 bad water are needed to produce one stick of dynamite. We also use the bad water for bad water, and a little bit of a log makes extract. So we are extracting the chemicals from the poop water, and that extract, which is the green stuff in the barrel there, It's we use a centrifuge to to get the chemicals out. That extract we use for all kinds of stuff. Stinky extract, indeed. Oh, Honey's here. Can we have a shout out for Honey? It looks like the Meerbot hasn't done. Oh no, there's the Meerbot. Honey was playing Lamplighters League. Hello, Honey. And Silthana, hello. Honey went an hour and a half overtime. Yeah, this is really late for Honey. I mean, I didn't. We just had a pack raid. I wasn't expecting a pack raid before a Honey raid. She was supposed to just scout out the map, but she did the whole mission. Seems like Honey's really enjoying Lamplighters League. Which is really nice. Yeah, classic. I'll just have a look at it. Oh, done it. However many hours later. Lamplighters Leagues turned out to be very fun. Too bad it didn't sell well. Yeah, indeed. It's nice to have such a big reservoir available during these, like, long bad waters and droughts. Don't remember there being red water in this beaver game. Yeah, it's relatively recent, like the last, not the most recent update, but the one before. Wizards, hello, hello. You were really unhappy they didn't commit further to Lamplighters? It looked like a really cool jumping off point. I think for Paradox it just wasn't in their knowledge area. Definitely a Cell kind of game, being a spy and all. I did give it a look, but it was just too XCOM-y for me. I don't mean it was too much like XCOM. I mean the mechanics that it shares with XCOM are mechanics that just don't appeal to me. The kind of turn-based tactical team type system. I don't know. I just don't. Just doesn't. Never really got it. Never really felt it. Hive Mind, hello. Honestly, Paradox has been rather disappointing lately as both a developer and a publisher. They've had a few misses. But they've also brought out Stardeus. And the updates that they're going to be doing to Stellaris this year are amazing. And they also pay me quite often to do things as well. So, you know, They look after us well. I'm too intertwined with them now. It'd be unwise to send mixed messages. And beating the pants off of Ubisoft. It's true. The poor game had almost no support or promotion from Paradox. The developer divorced from Paradox as a result. I remember they were certainly contacted like all of the usual crowd and pushed it out to all of us. But yeah, I just don't think it was their type of game. It was a shame because the Battletech game and Shadowrun games did decently. You always try to remind people how big Paradox is now. They're no longer the underdog. They got a $1.8 billion revenue. All right, we're nearly going to be turning the corner shortly. They can create and kill games as they see fit. They've shown they can be merciful or not. Just trying to think if we've seen any new games from Paradox recently. What's the most recent new game? That I've had from them. But no thanks, bad things. As a moderator, you do not represent Sol Corporation's point of view. Thou shalt abstain from making unbecoming comments. I feel like a lot of Paradox games have that effect. Loved by some and absolutely not felt by others. And it's great, you think. A game that pleases everyone usually isn't as deep. You think that's part of the problem? They got too big too fast and didn't handle it well? Oh, we got another free beaver. Oh, all the kids are grown up, that's why. How long have we got? Oh, okay. The bad water's about to end. Smelter's running. Let's see. Well, we're gonna need cogs. We've got loads of planks. We need 100 metal blocks. We're not far off that. 200 gears. We've got that already. 100 planks. Yes, so building this isn't going to be an issue. According to their press page, their most recent full release, non-DLC release, was Foundry. Oh, right. Oh, yeah, Foundry was good. That was May the 2nd last year. Games that have their dedicated teams fare well long term, like Stellaris, for example. These peeps have worked on it for literal years. Other teams switch between games, and you end up with games like CK3 that have this weird development. Sakun, hello, hello. Oh, that's right. Yeah, it's got to refill the tank. I was like, what? We're not in a drought. What's going on? Okay, we shall swap out Galactic for water. Power will be coming through in a moment. Okay, the grilled potatoes are starting to make their way up. Why is the water from the tank corrupted during the bad water season? Because during the bad water, the water sources turn from being fresh water to being bad water. Is there any sound, or is it your machine? There is sound, I think. Can everyone else hear? Is there anything weird about my audio? Felix saying can't hear a thing. Try again. Can't hear me. If there's no sound and no one's writing, always assume it's your end. No problems. Thanks, Sphinx. Oh, whoops. Yeah, what are the trees? Probably a lot of the stuff would have survived if I'd got that water in just those few days earlier. Maybe not, though. Check if your tab's muted. That was it. Well done, Valek. You like it much better when you can hear. Right, that's the one I turned over to planks. We need something for scrap metal now. Because that used to be for scrap metal and then I filled it. Right, what are we going to need for the bad water rig? More metal, more cogs, but also treated planks. Haven't got the workers to run that one, I don't think. Although, let's take somebody out of there. And somebody out of there. We'll just have you two on tick over because everything's full. You might as well go be builders or something. But our water's holding really steady. I think we can afford to bring in another person. We're doing okay on all the things. I'd be happier if we were bringing in a few more potatoes, but the number's going up, not down. I don't want to bring in 9 all at once. That's going to stress the system just a little bit too much. Okay, if I put a house behind there, they'd be in range of the scarecrow. That spot there is in range of the pole and the scarecrow and the beaver. So they just need lights, roof and bush, which are the easy ones. Well, to be honest, the only one that's any bother, because the bulletin pole takes a bit of metal. Anything else is easy to do. I'll want you to... You're in range of that. You're in range of that. So you're going to need a scarecrow. And a bush. I just need to take care of the bad tide coming down. Hang on, I'll explain the water sources in just a second. Yeah. Oh boy, hang on, I've left the dams up. Oh no, must have been a bad tide before, was it? I guess. The dams are down. I didn't quite catch the answer because of all the sound checks, but doesn't only the water from the sources get corrupted, as opposed to the one stored up the big cube? Yeah, so although we've got the water sources are being corrupted, the way we've got this filter set up down here, this is allowing, this can only fill up with fresh water. It can't fill up with bad water. So the bad water needs somewhere else to go, so the bad water's getting pushed out this tube instead. But it's still the same water source blocks. So these water source blocks under here now, they are producing bad water. But all of these sluices have closed to stop the bad water from getting into our freshwater source, our freshwater store. So it's keeping it out of the reservoir, and all of these ones are open to allow the bad water out. Makes sense. You assumed that the cube is supposed to irrigate the land with good water. Kinda, yeah, that is what we're going to do. At the moment I'm just using it as a drinking reservoir, but you see how we've got this little bit of green land up here? I'm going to be raising the land level, and we're going to be bringing the fresh water. At the moment the fresh water is, as it fills up and spills over, it's coming down this chute and then it's just spilling off and running away. We're going to control where it goes, and we're going to use it for irrigation. I'm going to take care of the bad water. You bet Maria told me to. Okay, that's closed. Oh, I forgot to open you up when we have fresh water. Yeah, a bit late now. In fact, this is just running on Galactic's whole settings. Okay, but at least we can keep the bad water topped up. We're cooking the potatoes. We've got plenty of potatoes in stock anyway. We've got plenty of water in stock, plenty of other food, carrots in stock. One day we'll grow enough sunflowers that they'll be guaranteed sunflowers to eat. Just need a bit more land for them and longer seasons for them, but they get a bit of sunflowers at the moment. Right, anything else I need to switch over during the bad water? Don't think so, and looks like everything's good. Oh, yeah, so I was building an additional housing, bring in more builders. They need a light. and a roof. So they've got the bulletin pole, they've got their own light, they've got their own roof, they've got their own shrub, they've got their own scarecrow, and they're covered by that beaver. And the second one would go there. So I've got a big house ready to move 9 people into, but I feel as though jumping from... Where are we at the moment? 9, 18, 27. But we've got... Have we already got a small house active? Who's living over here? Oh, there's somebody in there. Oh, we need to move you guys. Just as soon as we've got vacancies for you. I wonder if I've accidentally unpaused that. Well, we can support these guys as well as those guys. If we build this house and all of its bits and pieces, and everything's okay, and we're going to bring in more, I can put them into the big house. Wouldn't it be best to just demolish the old houses to force them to move? I haven't got anywhere for them to move into. So if I demolish the old house now, then they'll be homeless. Make them homeless for a while, then give them a new house? Well, I was planning on increasing the number to 33 anyway. So this was to add 3 additional people. Now that means that if we're stable at 33, which I fully expect us to be, then the next time I go to add somebody, I'll just open that house up and I'll switch off the 2 small ones. But if I catch them building this one, I could always force the issue. So it doesn't take much. I can just pause it as soon as it's built. There we go. And then as long as it's daytime and no one's about to go to bed, I can go over here to those guys. Switch off their lodge. And then open that one. Okay. So now they've moved house. But let's improve their living standards straight off. And then I'll build the other house that I planned on bringing the extra beavers in for. Right, you've got a pole, you've got a light, you've got a bush, you've got a scarecrow. You just need a roof there. It's a quick and easy build, we might as well get them to do that right now. Okay, so we should start getting extra beavers soon. I'm going to put down another builder's hut. And we'll tell them it's going to be the lowest priority workplace again, but I'll get them to get on and build it. Right, well, we are going to keep on moving this forwards. Wonder if they're going to run down here. They might. Just a bit worried somebody will build this one first and get trapped behind there. Sorry, I'm just puzzling out the drop on the corner. Whether I want to drop it in line here or come past and drop it in line with that, or in line with something else for that matter. So every time we turn a corner, after this corner, every time we turn a corner, we drop down one. Oh no, I just realised we want to bridge across there because that's where the path is. Well, that's going to be a major through route. These paths around the edges won't exist long term. They're just there while we build. Waterway construction makes you want to do the same just with a Fibonacci spiral. And he says, I say drop down at the corners. I'll show you what I'm contemplating. Imagine it was this corner. I know it's not. It's this corner and all the other corners. But this is because this is the pipe out of the reservoir. It's a bit different. But we're looking to drop down on a corner. I've got to put in a system of sluice gates and yeah, a whole bunch of water control stuff on the corners. So what I can't do is have it drop down on a diagonal. So it's going to be one of two things. Hang on, I've got to be a bit careful what I delete here. So to drop down on the corner, we can either say, well, this is the corner, because well, actually, one back. This is the point where we turn the corner. So we shall drop down there. That's option one, is we drop down as we get to the corner. Or option two is we drop down as we leave the corner. Both of them are at the corner. On that bit, imagine the as yet built soil blocks. These ones here are the first ones that are one level lower. That's what you're suggesting. So you suggest as we leave the corner. Yeah. Now be careful. wasn't skipping the warning message there. I thought we were using the warning message to make sure I didn't do the wrong thing. Right, so it's as we leave the corner. So that would be on this side here. So I'm just envisioning. Oh, do you know, we haven't actually seen the bad water switch off and switch over to fresh water. You can see the water's becoming less and less contaminated. In fact, to be able to see how contaminated. Oh, there we go. It's at 4%, so it's just switched. Yep, there we go. So now it's cut off. So the side ones will have opened up now, because they'll be getting fresh water. And so the tank starts filling up. Maniacal cat, hello, hello. So thinking about the outside, this is probably not going to make much sense, but we'll try. The outside piece here, the top half. Hang on, I need to take care of the fresh water. Yeah, I can't just leave it to run itself at the moment. One of you, shut off you. We need more food. We need more food. Oh yeah, it's flushing the polluted water out of the hole. Anything else I need to switch over? No, we've got power and everything. Cool. Amris, hello. You woke up an hour ago, had some chicken with your cat. Right, we are in running freshwater mode at the moment, aren't we? Yeah, don't need to worry about anything down there until we find out what's happening next. Yeah, so as we come round the outside of here, this platform here, this field on the far side of the canal, the first half of the field is going to be the same height as the canal. The second half of the field will be 4 lower and will be the height of the canal next one down. So as we turn the corner, The outside will come round here. The top will be the same level. And then it will drop down as it leaves the corner. Oh, hang on, I've just thought I need to think about. As we turn the corner, I need to put in a sluice. We need the anti-flood devices to take the pressure out. I actually need to do it before the corner, Bernie, not after the corner. Because immediately after the corner is where I'm going to need to put in anti-flooding, and I need that to be at the height of the next corridor, the next canal. Yes, so it needs to drop, then turn. Just wondering if I need that here. I don't think I need it here. Shouldn't need it here because there's no... We haven't got a big change set up. There isn't any standing waves or anything to worry about. Even has water pressure accounted for. Yeah, at least I have the answer, indeed. It was, and it was thinking about... It was kind of, what's it called, where you look to see whether or not something is correct. It was looking to see whether or not putting yours in would be a problem. Putting in your suggestion would be a problem. That was when it turned out. Otherwise, I wouldn't have got there. Yeah, that's what this game was made for, indeed. It wasn't a game originally. The engine was built to model fluid mechanics. And they built a game to demonstrate that the model works. What have we got? Drought. Well, let's raise the gates. You're already on 85. You're already... Yeah, we'll leave you open. Right, so during a drought, we don't get much industry. Oh, they're getting close to building the Badwater Dome. Yes, so down here is our Badwater sources. Yeah, these things, they don't operate during the drought, but the rest of the time they only put out bad water. And I'm going to cap one of them and then put a rig on the other so that we can tap bad water any time of the year, even during the drought. Okay, we are going to need to change our people up. I don't want you... Yeah, it's a 28 day. Get on there. We need some people in here. We'll take you... Let's see, soil's looking good. Extract's looking good. We don't need dynamite. We're fine for that for the moment. Yeah, metal. We'll run the smelter, I think. Okay, that frees up a lot of beavers for building works because we've only got one person in industry. So it was a game made by exactly the right kind of gamers. Oh wow, you've got that built already. I am very impressed. So the next thing we want down here then is the Badwater rig. We don't have all of the materials for that. But we'll see about getting it built. And what are we going to need? 150 metal blocks. Yeah, we'll be working on that for some time. We've got 16 left after building the dome. Running low on scrap over here. I'm going to want to collect these trees before we pull back the pathway. But we're good on lumber for the moment, so I won't bother with it yet. I think what we'll do with this inside bit here, inside the canal going around the edge of the reservoir, where it's inside the crossing path, and I need to mark the path on this side because we're going to get there soon. I'll have the inside of the path at the height of the reservoir and the outside of the path at the height of the canal, because the canal's going to start dropping away from the height of the reservoir as we go round. And I've already set this at the site of the reservoir, which makes sense. Because we need the pump at that height. And I want this path at, like the 4 paths, all at a regular height as well. I might be able to use that tunnel for power. I was thinking we can certainly use the bad water tunnel out here for power. I can just carry on running the power inside there. Like the droughts are long enough that we can risk sending beavers inside the bad water spout to do that. Let's see. Wow, time has ticked on, and I'm just about to take my last mouthful of coffee. So I'm going to have to take a break in a minute to make some fresh coffee. And or soup. Snowball, hello, hello. Pip runs away from Galactic. Smarty Pip, good Pip. Remember, Sal, you drink the soup, not breathe it in. Indeed. So that's where this permanent path goes. Now we're starting to use up the soil, so let's get soil on the go. Do we stop making metal blocks for the moment? Yeah. Just wondering if maybe I should fill that. Takes people out of building. But it should increase their productivity quite a bit. Practically breathing ramen, just slurp and inhale. Butter, hello. To be fair, breathing in soup should not be a thing for anyone. Soup, the only substance known to man that is capable of destroying a Nokia 3310. Just wondering what I'm going to do with this little space up at the top that is very likely to be green most of the time. I could turn it over for something like chestnuts. Maybe we should plant trees up here, because like, even if it's just for now, planting trees up here, it'll give me, like, if I plant oak trees, if we have a problem with too many bad tides, long bad tides on the run, killing our trees downstairs, at least I'll have a little patch of trees that we can go knock down. That would seem like a good thing. I'm going to put the forester as close to the edge as I can, so that it can reach round as far over that side as possible. Okay, come and build this guy. Super's also responsible for the is it drunk or eaten debate, indeed. Yeah, it's true, if you can drink it, it's a soup or a stew, depending on consistency. And then as we expand this area out, I'll just switch this guy on and off. Either way, it's food and you like food. Looks like they'll prefer to build from the top. So we're going to have a little area here. Just a little green area. It's not going to be big enough to farm. And it's, well, as we can see, it's not going to be always green either. It's the inside of the pathway. Oh, what about downhill? You might as well go do something else. Simbi, hello, just realised there's a channel redeem called Sal Explains. You bet your sweet ass when you have the channel points you're going to get Sal to explain how to toast bread. A good Mississippi roastish beef stew. Oh, roastish beef stew is outstanding. Never had Mississippi roast beef stew. There's a food called the Eternal Stew. Yeah. I used to eat that as I called it a Luan because it started off as a recipe for a Chinese Luan. I don't know how you pronounce it. It's spelt Luan. Make a pot of stew from whatever you have and keep it on low heat at all times. Whenever you take a serving out, you put the same amount of ingredients in. The longest going Eternal Stew has been going for over 50 years. Wow. Only I didn't keep the heat on all the time. I cooked like a big wok full of stuff and then took out a serving, put it in the fridge, then took it out the fridge, topped it up with whatever I had and it turned into an Eternal Stew. Just got to be careful about what you put in, because if you put in something like pork or prawns, you might have a nasty surprise. Mississippi roast uses auyus and pepperoncini peppers and slow cook it. You don't like the phrasing of nasty surprise here. Yeah, indeed. You can stay there. Okay, finished with you. We'll call you back once we've got some more floor built. You're just imagining charcoal in the stew. Yeah, you can be careful not to burn anything. But I don't think mine ever went more than like 2 weeks, because I'd start getting a bit worried after about 2 weeks. But yeah, I never put anything in it that I was worried about going. I didn't put in chicken, I didn't put pork, and I didn't put seafood. Vegetables, beef, lamb. I don't know if I actually ever had any lamb. Definitely had beef in it at one point. I had chicken stock and stuff. Lots of tins of stuff, and often if it was starting to look a bit thick, I'd dump a tin of soup in, and depending on which direction the flavour had gone in, it would either be a dark beefy type flavour, or it might be a really reddish tomatoey type flavour. Might be lots of veggies in there, and it's a creamy flavour, and it just sort of morphed from one meal to another meal. Mia would hate it. There was no recipe, it was just made up as we went along. At one point, I ran out of meat and I couldn't afford any more meat. I didn't really have anything of substance to put in except gooseberries. I used gooseberries instead of meat as the kind of, so that it wasn't, I didn't want it to be a soup, I wanted it to be a stew. And gooseberries kind of, because I was working as a fruit picker at the time. Well, not a picker, a fruit packer, not a fruit picker. Different. Gooseberries? Gooseberries. Gooseberries. Do beavers have a job preference? It seems they do prefer earthworks over putting in those wooden platforms there. No, they don't. They will... I put this down for them to build before I put that in. So they do things in the order in which I've placed them, unless they don't have the materials or... or I've changed, or I've got something at a higher priority than something else. Sometimes it'll look like they're not prioritizing something they should. Like when they come to build this, if they couldn't build it from underneath and they could only build it from the top, they'd have to build each piece one at a time. One beaver could come and bring the planks, another beaver could come and bring the logs, but that leaves 8 beavers to build something else. So we'd have two beavers build the bridge while the other 6 beavers go and do something else instead. So even if this was at the highest priority, it still only has 2 beavers build it. So it'd be much slower. But no, it is reachable. It's next on the list. So gooseberry. Gooseberry. Yeah, not a Cape gooseberry. These gooseberries. Used to be banned? I didn't know gooseberries used to be banned. Mind you, I don't know which country they used to be banned in. Green berries, about the size of a grape, but tart or sour, or I forget now. I swear I put those platforms in before I put in that row of soil. They can reach it. No, it's all the same priority. I might have put in this lot of soil over here. I've got plenty of logs. They've got enough planks to get started. Yeah, they would be working on this if it was next in their task list. You'll have to forgive Sal, her English isn't the best. Mind you, she'll never call the police either. Instead, she called the police. Yeah, Bernie finds it amusing how I pronounce certain words. But he still gets like upset by the fact that I am completely interchangeable as to whether it's schedule or schedule. And I'll use both pronunciations in the same sentence. You just heard the same word twice. There's a couple of words where people have pointed out that I don't pronounce a difference. That's a little bit to do with my accent. A little bit to do with my regional accent and a little bit to do with my British accent. Fair is one and stare is another. Collect instead of collect. Yeah, I collect things instead of collect. 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 But yeah, so there's like you can walk up a stair, you can stare a cake, or you can stare at somebody. Stare off into space. Perfectly understandable though, has its charm. Kleptomaniac. American English is the simplified version of English. Only the spelling though. Yeah, fair, and fair. So something can be. You can stare a cake. Yeah. You know, you stare the cake mix. Like you get a spoon and you stare it. What else do you stare? You stir the sugar in your coffee. You don't know of a different way of saying stare and stare? Yeah. Yeah, we're talking stare, indeed. Stare though is the reach. Not for me. And fair is the other one. Not only in spelling style, like for example, the pavement where pedestrians walk. In the US, it's a sidewalk. Because you need the hint that you walk on the side there. Stop staring at me. Stop starting me. What? Stop starting me. Yeah, like you get bad autocorrect. You usually say stairs, not stair. Yeah. And unless there is, I mean, normally if it's a single stair, it would be a step rather than a stair. But you refer to like a stair tread, a stairway. It's not often, like you say, though, it's rare that you would say the word stair just by itself when you're talking about the stairs that you walk up. I walked up the stair. Yeah, that's unusual, but with fair, you've got how much you pay for your bus fare. Whether the rules are fair or unfair. You've got how soft the fare is on the dog. There was another one. Fair's got 4. Oh, there's the county fair as well. They were showing cows at the the market fair. Orange Eves, hello. Oh yeah, there's a fair tree as well. Yeah, that's 5. Fair tree, fair coat, tram fair, fairs fair. Yeah, let's have some bad water. We'll top up the bad water. What was the dock example? Oh, dog. Yeah, dog. Yeah, fair. Fair like fairy. Oh yeah, and fairy. So you've got a fairy animal, and then you've got fairy like the little people. Meh. Fair sounds like fair. I don't know how you pronounce the umlauts over the ow. Fair. Don't know, because that's how you pronounce the. Oh, that's how you pronounce the o umlaut. Is fair. Oh, got another drought again, so I don't need to change anything, do I? Maybe well I should. Let's top up the pumps down here. No, I don't need to. I'll take 2 people out of the power wheels. We'll put 1 on smelter. 1 on planks. Because we're going to need more treated planks. I think we need 200 treated planks. Yeah. 150 metal blocks. Yeah, we need to keep the smelter running. Gonna turn you guys down. We'll get 1 person on the centrifuge for now. Yeah, because we're halfway through using up the extract. I was thinking about putting somebody on cogs, because we need 400 cogs. Fair, fairy. Just off the top of your non-native English head. Observer, hello. Michael, hello. Used to know a dog named Fairy when you were little. You feel the dog's fair as you walk past the fair tree to pay the fare for the ride to the fair. The price of the fare was quite fair. Depending on the accent, fair hair, indeed. Yeah. I mean, some accents in the UK, a lot of accents in the UK pronounce like fair like a doghouse. Very different. It's more like a fur. Fair. I can't pronounce it. I don't know how to pronounce it different. I'd need something it rhymes with. Fur. What else has an sound? This is like trying to get me to pronounce Swedish. Law. Le. fair. Yeah, everything's good. It's a 30-day drought. Fair and fair, you pretty much pronounced that the vowel. Bit like air, used when you pause speaking. Okay, we're going to need the power wheels. We're right on dirt. Dirt. Oh, dirt. Like the in dirt. Dirt. Fur. Fur. Maybe. Furt? Like if I was not putting the T on the end of fur. Would that be more like the fur on an animal? Your air is more of a Rockfort? What about this sound? Mary got married and everyone was merry. Sure, law. I want to do something different with the law. There's something else in there. I always feel like I'm not quite pronouncing it right. I don't know. I feel like this because I pronounce law as in against the law, and the law as in the background story to something. Somehow the law, like bait, is different. What about low? Oh, they're building the wooden thing. We don't care, son. Your accent is lovely. That's all that matters. Thank you. Your shore did throw people off somewhat at one point. Your lore and shore are also a bit different. Okay, they're starting work on the Badwater rig. Make sure I've got the arrow pointed in the right direction. It'd be really nasty to build this and then decide that we want to pull it apart. start filling in round the back as well. Oh, nothing to do in range? Ew, okay, so we've got all of this scrap metal. There's more loose scrap metal on the map. Is Salford in Wales? No. Salford is in the northwest of England. So if you take a map of Britain, the UK, and fold it in half across the middle so that Scotland, at the top of Scotland, touches the bottom of England. Salford is on the fold line. So kind of halfway up the island. It's not terribly far from Wales, I suppose. It's further north than Wales and somewhat east. But there's probably a dozen different accents between Wales and Salford. We went to Home Depot last week. Oh, it's Depot, isn't it? Home Depot. The clerk asked you if you needed a hand. I said, no, I have two. Oh dear. I don't sound that far off from Avek's accent, and he's Welsh. Yeah. Avek's got a lovely accent. I thought I saw them come in and starting to build this. Ah, they did start building it, but then we started putting all the planks into the bad water thingy. Am I even making planks? No, I was making metal blocks. Maybe we make planks first, because I can run 2 planks from here. 2 plank factories. We don't need you running. I meant to switch the smelter off. Because we've just got the 2 wheels powering all of this stuff. I suppose we've got wind some of the time. Thing is, if I get them to put the planks in there... Oh, they don't need planks for that. So where are the planks all going then? I was making treated planks. And I was making cogs. Did I just burn through them while we were doing that? Yeah, now the planks are just going in here. Okay. Take it there's no such thing as a battery? Oh, there is. Yeah. Yep, there's a gravity battery, which works. It's really interesting. Yeah, it's just a weight that you hang over the edge of something that you hook up to your power system, and when you need to draw power, the weight drops down And then when you produce an excess power, the excess power is used to lift the weight up. Your New Year's resolution's going great. I went to the gym this morning. I've already lost £10. Seriously, I've no idea where I misplaced those dumbbells. Okay, let's get them back onto the smelter. Seems they don't need planks at the moment. We need another 100 metal blocks. Do we have enough scrap metal? Oh, no we don't. It takes 2 scrap metal to make 1 metal block. And we need another 100, which would take 200 scrap metal. So we're going to have to go and get some scrap metal. I think the next nearest one is this pile over here. We're going to need planks to get across there though. Suddenly got a bunch of planks. Okay, start making planks as well. What's the easiest way to get over there? I prefer not to have them paddle in case I miss a bad tide. I think this is a bad water passage when we're not in drought. Or at least at some point there's bad water. I've had bad water run down this channel before. Oh, good night to Rule. Oh, okay. They're suddenly happier. There, I think. Actually, no, there. I want them to be able to get off, and here they wouldn't be able to. So building it just to one side a little. it there because I will put another one up there. So they're going to be walking quite a long way anyway. Oh, that's why the average has gone up, because the old scrapyard was a long way away, so we probably had one beaver that was always suffering. Okay, then we need to connect it down at this end as well. Right, they were a bit quick about that, so have they finished? Well, they finished building all the soil stuff, okay. Keep moving things forwards. I want to keep moving this pathway. You just seen something on Marketplace and all you can say is tetanus? Knight's wiggling strings. Right, done with you. How's things looking down here? Let's get you doing something useful. This is about to evaporate as well. But we're going through this without any issues at all with food or water. I think we bring in another 3 beavers. Okay, while it's still daytime, we're going to close you, open the big one. Let's see if we can get them to empty that, because that's a long way for our smelter guy to go and collect stuff. So yeah, the trees up there are faring better than the trees down here. I've got a few more potatoes to drag in. Stuff will be dead soon. Go find something else to do. You go find something else to do. This guy can take care of carrots and potatoes from here. The beaver's going to be so muscular from toting items over such a long distance. They'll be venerated with Hercules, with the name Hercules, indeed. Right, extra person, what are we going to do with you? Go into science while I think about it. Yeah, no point having you in there. Okay, well if I've got 2 of you free, let's have the 2 of you in there and there. Then I can take you out of there as well. Okay, get rid of that. I want to collect in the trees around here before I pull the pathway back. Guess I'm not in a rush to pull the path back. As long as I do it before it becomes difficult for some reason. Also, over here we're going to want... Yeah, maybe there, because our metal worker's got to come and collect it. Scavenger flag. Two idle beavers. We'll get one of you in there. I guess this time we build the next builder's hut. I could do a hauling post. We might benefit from a hauling post now. I think I'm going to go for a single town centre instead of multiple districts. And I'm going to put the town centre right there. So I probably want the haulers up here as well, but I don't want them on the inner green area. Yeah, I think I'll just build another builder for now. It doesn't really matter where they are, because they go wherever the work is. But we'll get it ready so that we've got another place for... Because we've got a vacancy and we've got 4 kids, but we've got no jobs until we get a load of injured people or people die. I know, they just built it, that's why. Oh, I've just realised a problem. Oh my. Oh, we're about to have a big problem. I've boxed this in thinking that we were going to have that built in time. The bad water's going to spill over the edge of the path and flood in all kinds of directions. I need to lower this back wall quickly. We've got a day to get this done. Whew. Boom. Boom. Okay, we should be good now. I won't be able to use the bad water pump though. Okay, I probably should have blown it up a bit more. At least now they can build the bad water rig. Yeah, let's blow it up one more. So we don't end up with a big pool of bad water in there. Quick, build it back. Star Druid, hello. Boom. Whew. There we go, just need to let that run off the map. How are we doing for bad water? We could do with some more. Okay, water's on its way. Right, let's get the forester back in there. We'll get the farmers back in here. I'm going to need somebody back on that water pump. We'll take him out of Galactic's hole. Okay, water's here. We'll take you out of there and we'll put you in here. And we'll take these guys out of here and we'll put them into something useful. Alright, that'll do for now. And another drought. We can actually do with some bad water to get industry up and running. Wow, we're only like 2.5 days. Oh no, we weren't. We're on day 4. End of day 3 when it warned us. All right, okay. Has the concept of a Creeper World mod for Timberborn ever been thrown around? A Creeper World mod. Creeper World mod, they are words I've heard before, but I'm not entirely sure what they mean. Lakefish, hello. Creeper World mod. Just creeper-like monsters. Oh, Creeper World is a different game which is based around colonising a different planet, where an infestation is encroaching upon you. You might be wrong. Concept of beavers fighting a more dangerous than bad water type of water popped into your head. I think it'd be a challenge. Creeper World isn't about colonising planets, it's about surviving the conceptual enemy known as Creeper. A very violent flood you need to jump off the planet to escape from game. Yeah, Timberborn has no mobs. I don't know of any mod that has introduced any kind of combat. Just making sure. Okay, we've got our scavenger over here. Gonna make sure somebody is definitely working that role. That's not one we want to skimp on just at the moment. Like, I've got 3 lumberjacks that we don't need 3 lumberjacks. How about we take 2 of you off? Because, like, we really don't need 3 lumberjacks. For the most part, the creeper in the game is just a very angry liquid. You think having to fight the water would be a neat challenge for the beavers. I'm not convinced about having some sort of combat. It feels like the antithesis for the current feel of the game, but there might be. Penny doesn't want mobs. Maybe the enemy can be the source of the bad water. Yeah, Lakefish was asking about whether there's a mod for it. A third type of water. Just spicy water. I mean, bad water is dangerous. Yeah, if your beavers go paddling in it, it'll kill them. And hard mode is pretty challenging. Takes a lot of practice to be able to survive a hard mode. That's why we're on cycle 62 and I'm still micromanaging them. But we're working towards the point where I won't need to. I'll be able to just set them up with a bunch of stuff to do and it won't matter whether it's bad water or fresh water or whatever. What's a cycle? A cycle is the gaps between the fresh water. So when you get fresh water running and then it ends when you get to either a drought or a bad water. And then the next cycle starts when you get fresh water again. Yeah, it's like a season. Seems to happen quite frequently. They're on hard mode, they are just over, well, I mean, they're variable, but about a month, about 30 days. A cycle is one period of fresh water plus one period of either dry. Yeah. So it's the period between the fresh waters. I might not have explained it well though. Yeah, you just mean another liquid. Like maybe if it was if there was a source of acid or something. Liquid that would probably break most buildings in the water though. Ah, you got it. Don't think you've ever seen that show? Oh, what show? The Liquidator from Darkwing Duck. Darkwing Oh, I recognise the character. Don't think I ever watched him. But I recognise the hooded masked duck. Yeah, an acid of sorts would be the same functionally. Right, let's check. The 2 buildings lacking workers should both be builders' huts. Yes and yes. And the 3rd builder hut is full of builders, which is nice. Oh, we need people on the power wheels. I need to stop you, get you working. What do we want to run? Let's not run the smelter right now. Let's run the wood workshop. Right, gonna switch you over to logs. Much like your fellow fish, you were playing Creeper World, which gave you the idea. I'd have been in college by the time that show aired originally. Maybe high school, you really don't know. Do I use mods for Timberborn? Sandstorm. I have a mod loaded now, although I haven't used it for a while. I've got the train mod. Allows us to put down train tracks and stations and things for moving goods. I played with it once. I haven't used it again since. Mildly aroused dolphin, hello. Hey, and it's Picture Point. Hello. We are spiralling again, indeed. Hello, Picture Point. Long time no see. Oh, the mere bot's here. Picture Point's playing Dwarf Fortress. Hello, hello. Nice to catch part of my stream. How is your stream? How is Dwarf Fortress? Were you playing Adventure Mode? Sunny Storm tried it, got confused, so discontinued. Oh, just playing a fresh embark. What kind of embark are you playing? Just 1 second while I make sure everything's running okay. Because I'm playing Timberborn on hard mode. We're doing a mega build, and I'm still at the point where I just need to make sure that everything's set up right. Pretty vanilla, nothing too out of the ordinary. Oh, you love this game. We are playing on the Helix Mountain, but I'm building a ziggurat. So we've started off by building a big reservoir at the top of the mountain, Because this is where there's the water sources are in the centre of the mountain, and then the water spirals down. Did you also spend the first 5 hours of your stream setting up the embark? That's for adventure mode. Only takes an hour or two for fortress mode. Okay, maybe 3. Oh, I see why they're not doing anything up here. It's because they've done everything up here that I'd asked them to do. I could see some builders just sitting around doing nothing. Yeah, so what I've built here is a filter to separate the bad water. Bad water comes out of these sluice gates here, comes out this spout. The fresh water comes out of the sluice gates to the side of this cap. There's sluice gates down underneath that. So fresh water comes out the sides and then fills up this reservoir. Bad water goes out the front and shoots off down in that direction. And as we develop the map, we're going to spiral down just like the original river did. Just we're going to be doing it in squares. Can't even keep a world generating for over 200 years without it taking close to 5 hours. Oh dear. Proper 5 hours might be closer to 600. Yeah, Dwarf Fortress doesn't hesitate making details in its legends, indeed. You retired one and lost one before you set up proper? Rough start. Well, you did just catch me about to take a break to make some coffee. Which I've been saying that for the last 2 hours, and then I've been, I'll just take care of this. I'll just do that. I still need coffee. Debatable morning to the grumpy background, Mia. Yeah, you hear Mia moving around. It's early for Mia. Coffee's good, but the beavers need guidance, indeed. I can't leave it running without me watching them at the moment. Like I say, later on, once we've got a few more things automated. Certainly, there's a lot less micromanagement now than there was even at the start of the stream. Partly it's because I don't need to rely on these pumps down here for water. Having this big pump and a big reservoir a bit closer to town. Yeah, it's just made all the difference. Alright, spare person, what are we gonna do with you? could take 2 people out of builders and put them on planks. Do we need them? Oh, hang on. We've got all the treated planks we need. Right, get onto cogs. I will make planks at the same time. 2 wheels can provide for both of those. In fact, we'll get 2 lumber and cogs running at the same time. Boss, you go get your coffee and say good morning to me. Yeah, shall do. The reason you asked about mod is because you wanted to know how the Beaver Buddies mod works. I have no idea. Only ever used one, and that's the train mod. Right, gonna pause it here. Gonna take a quick break and go make myself some coffee. I'll be back in just a moment. Here's some of our Valix boogie music to keep you entertained. And I'm back. Coffee has been acquired. Let's bring chat back along. And Mia has a message for Bernie. Says that the goodness of the morning is debatable. I think something along those lines. Oh, right. Let's go. Oh, we've emptied this soil. Okay, we're going to need people in there. So let's kick you out of the lumber mill. Right, 10 days? Does that mean we're about to dry out? Yeah. How are we doing on food? Potatoes are good, carrots are good. Oh, both dried out at the same time. Okay, let's put you into something else. Could be a builder, actually, or and anything else. These farms here will last just a little bit longer. Oh, Winterman's here. Hello. I just thought, I wonder if I missed anybody while I was getting a coffee. Did I miss anybody arriving? Did anyone come out of lurk to boogie to the music? Oh, Beaver Buddies mod is a multiplayer mod. Yeah, I never played it. And Puerto Vikingo, have I said hello to you today? Did I say hello to you earlier on today, or was that yesterday? And Keradwin, hello. Said evening, just got home from work. Silas, hello. Hola. Sounds like Mia's gone off into the office. You've been here off and on. Yeah. This is it. And I forget whether... So I know I've said hello to you recently, but I can't remember whether it was earlier on tonight or whether it was yesterday. I don't know. He accidentally got someone interested in Timberborn, showing him the upcoming update. His biggest disappointment was that the game wasn't multiplayer. You don't get a lot of colony managers that are multiplayer. I'm trying to think of... there was the one that Mia and I were playing. Was it Thrive? Time is an illusion. Lunchtime doubly so. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. And Strumco, hello. Oh, Factorio's not colony management though. It's factory building, but you're managing one person. A multiplayer mod for RimWorld. What have you done? And Delsin, hello. RimWorld has a multiplayer mod. Haven't heard of any. Yeah, there was one that Mia and I were playing. It might have been Thrive. Weren't we... Were we sponsored to play it, I think? Heavy Lies the Crown. Where you both get to run your own towns in the same world, or you can both run the same town in the same world. Moe, thank you for following. No, not Kingdom 2 Crowns. Thrive, Heavy Lies the Crown. Which is an interesting one because it's a colony manager where you are also a person in the game. But you've got to manage a city load of NPCs. You don't really know about a lot of multiplayer games since you don't play them? Yeah. Ooh, I've got enough space to put down my town centre. Yeah, that's as close to the centre of the map as we get. And I want it one away from the path. So it's got to be on the outside of the path. What do we call the top of the ziggurat? Why off the path? So that I can easily switch it, make it active or inactive just by deleting the path. So that you've got a single point of contact. Top of the pop. I like it. No, not Fartham. It is rare to have colleagues similar to multiplayer. You do know that Nubert, the RimWorld streamer, has just started a new multiplayer mod funding drive as he and some people going to make a brand new one which could solve the constant dropouts you get. Summit? I think I like top of the pop. Top of the pop. Don't know that I want to move it yet. But as we start spreading out, I'll want to connect it. Let's get some more trees planted up here. You'd like a game like They Are Billions to have co-op. Be fun. Yeah, sort of castle defense, tower defense type thing. Let's see, you can't reach round here. So I need to put something else around here to make use of the green space. Once we've got the whole thing built up around, I'll have a look and see whether that's actually in the right place. I figured it was worth putting in. Same with the big pump. I might have the big pump round this side. I think I'm planning on putting a drinking water reservoir here, so that instead of pulling out of the big reservoir, it'll have its own dedicated reservoir that we fill when the water's flowing. And I think it's there, because this is going to be an odd space. Yeah, it's going to be a square there. That's a bit weird, because the canal's going to come down here and round here for the next one. So you've got this sort of corner piece. I don't know, we'll see when I come past. It might be that it's well irrigated. I'm thinking it's not going to be, so I might just use it as a bucket. Do you know what, we've never watched the canal, we've never watched it refill, I don't think. Like the water source, the drought's ended, so the water sources are starting to refill again. We've seen it switch from bad water to fresh water. And there we go. And the spill that way is just a shortcut. It'll just make it down faster. Time to get you out of there and back into here. we're going to want the farmers back. Oh, did I not switch them off? Well, that was silly. We don't need Galactic's hole filling. We'll move you over to the water pump. And we don't need anybody in the power wheels. Galactic likes that. The beaver's name is Rotsack. Oh dear. Scared explosives. We need somebody in the centrifuge. Oh, not explosives. We're good on dynamite for the moment. It's the smelter we need to run. And someone in planks to keep up with the cogs. How are we doing? Yeah, we need another 60 gears ish. Less than 100 gears. Oh, we only need another 10 metal blocks. That's really good. That means that we've already got enough scrap metal to complete that. I'm going to keep the scrapper working, but I'm going to turn down his priority. Don't worry, it's a German beaver, and in German, rot means red. Obviously referring to the big red bag that he carries on his back. Oh, bad tide. We haven't had a bad tide for a while. Right, let's prepare. So we are not going to want to dam any water. We want that to all flow freely away. Right, we need to close that at the appropriate time. The farms will shut down all except Galactic's hole. But we're going to be able to put people into industry. I bet we get a bunch of bad tides on the run now. Wonder if we could take on another 3 beavers. I should be a little bit careful because if we need more food, I haven't got anywhere ready to drop down more food. It's easy enough to drop down another pump if we're short on, if we're not keeping up on water, but if we're not keeping up on food, that'd be an issue. Like this area here is not plantable for much of the time. Actually, I suppose it is, isn't it? This area here is as plantable as that area there. I could bring in another house just to have a wheat farmer. Okay, bad tide. Let's have a look. There comes the bad tide. Now it's making it downhill a lot faster now, so I need to be ready with that bottom gate. Yeah, it's already here. Right, they're a bit slow at harvesting, but that's because everything's full. Excuse me. Yeah, I'm going to try bringing in another 3. Run, Sal's attacking. Okay, so we're making metal blocks. We don't need to make treated planks. We're fine on paper. Yeah, it's the cogs that we need at the moment. I would like to make some more treated planks so that we've got some in stock for making more water things. Oh, okay, that's why people are sitting around doing nothing. They've finished up here. Oops. Wrong thing. I need to work out where the corner is so that I know where to start dropping. Mana, hello. Can't decide what to play. Return to Mariah or Smallland? Fortnite. Let me just check that everything down here is good. No, it's not, because I forgot to put Galactic in the hole. Switch off that water pump. We don't need you. Just the one that's got 2 in. That's that one. Yeah, Galactic's hole's dried out well of when I forgot to put them back in again. Oh, the Badwater rig's built. Okay, well I need them to finish. I need them to pump it dry. But that does mean that we can put that back. So at the moment it's flooded with bad water and it's not connected. Just trying to think what I need to take care of. I've got a feeling I've missed something. I can't think what it is. Don't have anyone running on the wheels. We've got people in industry. We are very low on extract. I tell you what, let's take the opportunity while we've got a lot of free builders. We'll just top up on some treated planks as well while we've got the power running through. Okay, now let's make sure these guys have got something to build. So on this side, we know that it comes out another 2, and then we get the path. And then it's another 4. To the edge of the canal. So that's 1, 2, 3. Path is 4. Then 1, 2, 3, 4 to the canal. Oh, that bad water rig's not flooded anymore. Which means it's time to get rid of this bad water pump, because it doesn't have access to bad water anymore. Okay, then we'll get rid of the platforms. If we put stairs down there and stairs there, and then we put tempted just to fill that in for completion. Okay, come collect at least that one. Let's get you emptied out to over the other side. Yeah, set that to just one worker. And I want them to come and build this. I don't want you running just at the moment. Even though we really need some bad water. That's empty. We can clean that up in a minute. Okay, now we're going to unlock the large tank. I'm going to tuck that in there. And you are going to be for bad water. Okay, but we're going to switch you on because we do need some bad water in the meantime. But they can get around to that. Seem to remember seeing a zombie movie once where one of its eyes was dangling next to its nose. I seem to remember something where the zombie was talking about the view of its nose because its eye was dangling down. We've been told something about how things looked from the zombie's point of view. I can't remember what it was though. I want that back wall putting back in. Because anything that comes over here would end up flooding the rig. Spillster, hello! Was this the film where zombies fall in love and it somehow makes them human again? No idea, I don't remember. I just remember the concept of like, oh yeah, the zombie's eye is dangling down. He's going to be looking at his shoe. I'm probably better off not putting the path back there. That way they don't have to calculate which way to path. as long as they can reach it. Yeah. Right, we're good. Now, at the moment he's carrying the bad water all the way over there, but that's fine. As long as he's got somewhere to take the bad water. Right, I was working out. This one's going to come across there and we turn there. So that means it's here where it drops down one. Yeah, that's where it enters the corner. Okay, right, good. Now I know what we're doing there. As long as nobody goes and builds this, finds a way around to do it. Don't remember, but it was back in the 80s or early 90s, and even then it wasn't a B quality movie even. Reminds you of a fairly decent BBC drama about zombies set a couple of years after the outbreak. They found a treatment to stop them being feral and they're being reintroduced into society. Been rewatching Babylon 5 sci-fi franchise these past few weeks, and just recently one of the characters received an artificial eye after having gotten the real one plucked out while he was being tortured in captivity. And to his delight, the new eye can be removed from its socket and still transmit a video feed to his brain. Imagery exponent, hello, hello. I mean, that would be useful. You could have a spy eye. Timberborn is doing well, thank you. We've got the bad water filter in place and the big reservoir. We're starting on the canal system. Things are starting to become a bit more automated. So now I don't have to micromanage quite so much. Progress has been achieved. I just knew that I'd get your attention, Miss Not a Spy. Just because I've never been a spy doesn't mean I've never done any spying. Sometimes there's just stuff you want to know. It sounds counterintuitive, Miss Spy. And places you need to infiltrate. We've heard. Spying isn't just what you are, it's what you do. Well, that's what I said. I've never been a spy. I have spied on somebody. Well, not particularly somebody as such. I just wanted to know what the auditors were talking about. I spied on a conversation. I eavesdropped. In a corporate setting. Napsa, hello. I would be lying if I said I didn't take longer to put my motorcycle gloves on if I hear something juicy in the parked car next to you. Like, who you talk to like that? Did you just admit to corporate espionage? No, espionage implies that I was doing something to the detriment of the company, as opposed to just doing something I wasn't supposed to do and I was doing it because I was just hella nosy. Which I don't think counts as espionage. Naps is on a 7-stream streak. You think it doesn't if you're not being paid for it or hired to do it? Semantics, says Observer. And to make it worse, it was a conspiracy as well. Because there was... We knew... I'm not saying which company this was, but it wasn't the last company I worked for. It was one way back in my past. Be a lot easier these days, but way back in my past. We knew that there was a meeting scheduled. I think somebody had seen on our director's calendar that there was a really interesting, really curious sounding meeting or something. I forget now. I genuinely can't remember what it was. But I remember saying, God, I wish I could be a fly on the wall for that meeting. And then one of the guys who I think he'd worked it as an electronics salesman or something. Or he'd worked in an electronics warehouse. Something. He'd definitely been involved in electronics earlier on in his career. Came in the next day with a calculator that had a hidden microphone in it. Oh, and Pendragon's off for the night. You need to stop off and have a break. I may join tomorrow if it's a new to a Fortress start. Keep looking at the game, but haven't bought it. The amount of gossip you hear while having a coffee in a cafe is insane. Let me tell you about Brenda and Tilly. You wanted to be a fly on the wall for a meeting? Was it a meeting about bullshit? I can't remember. I have no idea what it was. Can't remember. But we did listen in. We planted the calculator in our director's office, and took the receiver somewhere, and there was about 3 or 4 of us all listening into the meeting. All of us terrified we were going to get caught and sacked. If you don't want to be spied on, don't have the only interesting meeting in the company. Indeed. Right, fresh water is gonna start filling up the tank. Bad water has been cut off. It's gonna take a little while to refill the tank. Was it worth it at the time? Interesting enough. I'm not sure because I don't remember what the result was. I only remember the carrying out the action. I don't remember what we learned, which would suggest that it really wasn't interesting enough to make it worthwhile. Right, get one of you in there, get you out of there. We've got Forrester in there already. I like it when we get more than 3 days of notice, but I think we're good. Once again, Sal remembers the concept of the undertaking, but not the plot of the thing she learned while doing so. It was a long time ago. Janox says, hello. Is your title an oxymoron, or how does the stream title check out? No, we are playing on hard mode, and we're doing a mega build. But it is really cozy. The trees! Thank you, Bernie. I forgot the trees. Yeah, it's a game where when you're doing mega builds on hard mode, it just involves lots of micromanagement and thinking, but it's still reasonably doable. Get the farms up and running again. Okay, we're still able to run all of the industry. The stream title is a flex. Oh, we're almost out of pine resin. Now, pine resin's a problem. Because all the pine trees have just been killed off. We've got a good supply of treated planks though, but I will top up that pine resin. Everything else is looking good. Oh look, they've built the new bad water tank. I'm quite happy to put a large tank in there because this is going to be a permanent feature. I might change the path down here, but we know there's always going to be a path at that point there because of which way round this faces. 20-day drought, that's not too bad. It's not good for our industry, but not bad for things like trees. Oh, hang on. If we just had bad tide. Yeah, now we've got a drought. We need to close the floodgates. Okay, water down here is fine. Let's refill Galactic's hole. Need to take people out of something, put them on the power wheel. Got lots of planks. And we've got a healthy amount of cogs. What's Mia doing with his time these days? Still at the library or clearing out the Scottish yard? A little bit of everything, really. He's been tinkering, I suppose. That's the wrong way to describe it. He's doing small bits of finishing work in the cloffice. We need to get in a delivery of some more plasterboard and skirting boards to actually finish the cloffice. But there's a lot of wall holes and things that needed patching. And so I don't know. Every time I go into the cloffice, there's another bit of wall or woodwork or something that's been worked on. But yeah, we've been spending our time. He's been doing a lot of work on going through like our boxes and looking at what actually goes in which room and stuff, because we're reasonably ready to unpack some boxes, so he's been doing some unpacking. Not everything, because we're only half the house is ready, but he's done the occasional little thing up at the library. He yearns for the mine. Yeah, he's done a bit of clearing out in the Scottish yard. He's yeah, there's no big projects. He's been working on the back door. Sort of nothing that's kind of There's just lots of little odds and ends of things that need doing. I put the splashback around the window at the top of the landing stairs, because we've been using that as a temporary kitchen prep area. And or digging them out. I'm sure Sal's beaver antics have given him ideas. Seven injured beavers. There's a lot of injured beavers. How many hospital beds do we have? 10. I did hear Sal's beaver antics, but my brain thought Sal's beaver attic. Yeah, things like going through our clothes boxes. The Apalamancer, thank you for following. And because now that we've got a functional bedroom, even though it's not like we don't have wardrobes, we don't have like proper bedroom setups. Nico, hello. Ooh, got the fabled cheese. Yeah, the house is clean enough, and we've got a washing machine now, and we've got storage boxes suitable for keeping clothing in. So he's been going through the clothing boxes, working out which things we keep in storage, which things we might want to use, which things need washing. Because we didn't have a washing machine for a year, so we did kind of store a lot of clothes that needed washing. And so, yeah, he's been doing a lot of laundry. Specially trained beaver for every mission. So, yeah. I think it's best described as recently, mostly me, but both of us, our focus has been on kind of moving into the house, because we'd never really moved in. It wasn't in a fit state to move into. We were living here, but we'd never really moved in. We didn't have places where things belonged. There was just places where things were. So, yeah, starting to get stuff like that. Hanging a mirror on the wall, that sort of thing. can set up the next layer, because they shouldn't start work on this. They should go over here, which will stop them from running down and working on this area. Putting in a double layer like this is always a bit dodgy, because they could try and build from this side and end up getting themselves trapped out here. But yeah, that shouldn't happen, because they'll build the first layer, then go over to this side and build that layer. Now, I was thinking that the additional set of 3 beavers that I brought in, I wasn't going to put those into building. I was going to set them up as farmers down here to grow. I was thinking about growing wheat, because one farmer can grow enough wheat to make bread for all of these. So we'd put one farmer in the field, then we'd need one farmer in a grist mill, which we'd attach up here. Or we could just put him down here on his own windmill and just let him run when the wind blows. Yeah, where would we put the grist mill? That's... It'd have to be connected to the power network somehow. I mean, I could put him on platforms over the back. I just, I'm a little bit cautious about that because of the waves that we sometimes get. As the bad water first surge comes down. Can't just stick him on the end here. There's nowhere I can take a feed off that. I could bring it back down, but and have him here. But then he might as well be up there and use this back way. Yeah, I think that's the way to go. Is that a drill? Yeah, this is an excavator. It's pulling soil out of the ground so that we can put soil blocks in other places. Somewhere here. Yeah, I've got a place where I can take an easy feed off. Although I could just take it straight off that windmill. But if I did that, where would the guy go? I'll do it up here, it's fine. Okay. We need to get the power upstairs. And then we'll unlock the grist mill. Can we put another power wheel on that if we need it? We can. So we'd have a warehouse for wheat flour. And the bakery. Let's move that over. Just leaving enough room in case I need a second one. Okay, so that's going to be for wheat flour. And then the bakery doesn't take power, it takes wood. Have the bakery next to it. And we'll leave room for... We can always put another bakery in here if we need it. Just turn it sideways and put a path down. So then we'd need the large warehouse. And that's going to be for bread. You're going to be for bread. I don't know where to put down the the farms until we've got some water down here. I can work out where the beehives go though. Mind you, we're only talking one farmer. And that covers everything, so we'll put them there. So friends, and you can store the wheat. Time to get some more trees planted, I think. Right, anything we need to change down here? Floodgates are open for the trees. I never took you out of there in the first place. We want to swap you for one of those. Ready? Didn't take them out of the farms. Oh, are the trees grown? Have you got... Ah, they're working on making resin. Okay, well, we don't need people on the wheels right now. Not once it's got properly flowing. There are some trees with resin. Let's get a tapper in. Himmel the hero had two friends. I have no idea what chat's talking about. Right, what are we going to need? 60 paper. We have some planks, some logs, logs and planks. Lots of planks, more planks than we've got. Small number of gears. Yep, we're fine on gears. We are going to need more planks. Right, what I want to see is when the drought comes and we've just got the water trapped here, how much of this area is green? That's what we're going to plant up. Just an anime reference, boss. Nothing you need to understand. Considering we've got all the materials we need, and I should have a lot of builders. I wasn't seeing a lot of builders. Okay, come out of there and go in there. Come out of there, go on there. Sure, come out of there and go on there. Actually, I could just chop you down to one person for now. So we've got something continuing to tick over. And you've done a good job of bringing up the pine resin. So we've got something to work with if we need like a batch of planks making quickly. Just wondering if I should use this little bit of guaranteed green space for something. Right now, or do I wait? Oh, okay, no recipe selected, so that means they're working on this stuff. We want you to do wheat flour, but we don't want you working on it yet, but it will be a high priority. Poke cell. poke Samrish. Oh, no, poking the boss. Okay, we'll pause you, but you're going to be on high priority. Now, the extra food probably means that we can bring in more people. Oh, that's right. I was waiting on, well, just about now, actually. Yeah, so we can see where the green area is when we've just got that pond for water. Yep, we can reach all of that. And a little bit there as well. Okay, just one worker. Okay, off you go. Get planting. Pokes Bernie to see if he giggles like the Pillsbury Doughboy. Everyone stop poking the bear. I just need a few more planks. Yes, that bear has power. I want my haulers right here. I think. Might think about that because I might turn it sideways and make better use of the space. But also, I'm not sure. This might be a green area. You're pretty sure that's the ranger, not the bear. Someone keeps stealing your picnic baskets. Ranger, sell. You just leave him a pot of honey every few weeks. He seems fine. Who used to keep on stealing picnic baskets? Was that the Hair Bear bunch? Yogi Bear. Was it Yogi Bear with the picnic baskets? And DC, hello? You thought me a boo-boo? Speaking of the bears, has anyone played Bear and Breakfast? Not even heard of it, I have to admit. You've played Farthest Front Bear. Been lurking for hours as usual. And Periapsis has played Bear and Breakfast. And Periapsis, I don't know if I've said hello to you today. Did I say hello to you earlier or was that last night? I'm not sure. But hello anyway. Oh, was it? No, it was you who came in at just before noon? I think. I can't remember. Not sure it's really a Sal game, at least on stream. Periapsis. I did, yeah, in the morning your time, just as you arrived, yeah. Everybody liked the Periapsis. That's a huge field of wheat. That's when you know your orbit is fucked. When you reach the Periapsis. You've had bigger wheat fields? Well, yeah. But it's a big field of wheat for this small colony. I've had bigger wheat fields in hard mode. It's a huge field of wheat for the amount of mouths that we're feeding. I'm only a few more cycles away from being basically net positive on resources. Yeah, I think so. I don't, I don't think this one person is going to be able to harvest that entire crop. because it is just a single farmer. Oh yeah, bring in more beavers. That's what I'm going to do. I'm just making sure that we've got enough food for everybody. So the carrots and the baked potatoes are reliable. The sunflower seeds aren't. They're a nice treat for everybody. And Mr. Cupholder, hello, hello. There we go. Here comes the wheat. So now what we want to do is switch on the grist mill. Okay, we've got some wheat flour, so let's get somebody in the bakery. I know you used to play Space Engineers way back. Have you heard Space Engineers 2 is being made? Oh yes, indeed. Once multiplayer's out, I'll be doing some multiplayer stuff with my nidbuddies. I think that's what we're talking about anyway. Oh, here comes the first batch of bread. We'll have a run on bread for a while because nobody's tasted bread before and they'll all get very excited. They'll beeline for the bread. But we make bread quite quickly, so yeah, we're going to be able to keep on top of it. You must bid us adieu, for the quest for milk has been tasked to you. Godspeed and wish me luck on this perilous journey. Good luck getting some milk, Amaris. But Sal, if Space Engineers 2 follows the same roadmap as Space Engineers 1, then multiplayer will be out before survival mode. You always say how boring you find creative. Was it multiplayer creative? Oh yeah, perilous. Stelly, good morning. Oh, I had multiplayer first, then survival. Oh, I'm doing very well, thank you, Stelly. I'm just feeding my beavers bread for the first time. Yes, indeed, I'm feeding my beaver. All of them. I've got 33 of them. 36 of them. Yes, commence the beavening. Should be another 3 months from now until multiplayer, then another 2 until survival, if the roadmaps end up being the same. Okay, so given that we've now got wheat infrastructure, what I should do is turn over just a little bit of Galactic's hull. Oh, there we go. The beavers are happier than they've ever been before, because now they've got bread. Sandwiches. No, we should be fine. They'll build up a backlog of wheat. Might not be straight away, but they'll get there. Hope survival's a lot more in-depth. It was a bit lackluster in the first one. I enjoyed it for as long as I played it. But I reached a kind of end point with it for me where I felt like I'd done all the things. And I just couldn't find the inspiration to build more ships. Because I never got into base building. Unless I was doing multiplayer stuff. Playing Space Engineers in multiplayer. Anything. Anything could happen. But I liked building ships more than bases. And once you've got the handful of ships you need for everything to function, yeah, it's like you build a giant drilling ship, the next one's just another giant drilling ship. Yeah, I was more of a miner indeed. That was always my favourite thing. It's very zen, just going out and mining for resources. Sal, can you put a shower at the hole? Because I want to hear you say, oh look, the beavers are showering at Galactic's hole. Yes, I can put a shower at the hole. No chisels and Space Engineers. I never got the urge to make fancy bases. We did build some fancy bases. We built one called New Vegas. Me and Mia. That's when you start a 1-to-1 scale replica of Battlestar Galactica. Yeah, you see, I never found that. I never had the urge to do that kind of thing. To try and replicate something that was already existing. What sort of footprint do we need? We need one tile hanging out for one tile. Okay, so it's that platform we get rid of. Honestly, things I do for Galactic. Come and move that rubble. Yeah, not even the Enterprise, no. The only time it's interesting to me is when I'm given something like going medieval. Where I was given a challenge of building that particular castle. You love the flying houses. Yeah. Especially Anubis's one. His was nice and plain. My Jetson's house was just over the top. I know, and Mia crashed it because he didn't like it. Or crashed into it. I can't remember. I don't think he really did it on purpose. He didn't like it because it wasn't symmetrical. There we go. Now we can take a shower at Galactic's hole. Yeah, he crashed it into an asteroid. You wonder if Clang will be in Space Engineers too. It's time to come down and do this. Here we go. There's a beaver showering at Galactic's hole. Showering at Galactic's hole seems to be a favourite activity. Especially the kids. Right, let's have a look. How are we getting on up here? Sal! Kids playing with Galactic Sal are clearly engaged in wholesome behaviour. It's all good, clean fun. In the shower, get it? Clean fun in the shower. Pun intended. I got into the pungent. It's not often I get into the pungent. I'm just trying to think how the joint works here. I'll stay on the inside. Oh no, I had already decided actually. The inside three are going to be the same height all the way round. Oops, this one too many. I'll hold off though on filling this line in, just until I know for sure what height it should be. Come back, hello. What's that in English? Okay, Galactic, I need you out of your hole and over onto the pumps. You're disappointed with Satisfactory? Finally got maximum level miners and belts, and even though you built systems to run as 12,000 items per minute, the miner wouldn't even output 12,000 items per minute. Only around 96%-ish. Frustrating. Yeah, if you're trying to get everything so that it's perfectly efficient and the game's just not doing what it's supposed to, that is annoying. We can definitely bring in another 3 people, so let's do it. That's one of the things she liked about Dyson Sphere. While in-game lag can mess with your statistics once it's out of render range, the system's perfectly efficient. Aha. You can definitely play DSP such that it'll render your computer down for soup stock. That's true of anything. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Stiga, hello, hello. Nabsa, hello, says, silicon soup. That little gap there warrants some more trees, I think. Or is it silicon stew? I guess it depends on the consistency. Depends on how many transistors your stew has in it. More transistors makes it thicker. Silicon stew with diced plastic and a note of mercury. Canbeck says, hi, sorry, I'm watching more streams at the same time. You wrote in the wrong window. I've done that. Just keep adding more liquefied CPUs for an eternal computing stew. Okay, those trees are planted. You can leave those now. Bit icky though, and the stew still has threads. I'm contemplating moving the housing complex up here. Pretty early doors have them living near the middle of the map. I've done that before. Putting them up near the middle of the map means that they can get home more easily from wherever it is they're working. But it tends to make the map very calculation intensive, especially when I come back and look at it. Doverkin, hello! How goes Beaverton? We're doing pretty well. We've got the bad water filter and big reservoir built. So bad water comes out of this channel here, and eventually we shall divert that off the map, and we'll tap it for power as well. Fresh water sits in the reservoir and then pushes out and down this channel, which eventually shall irrigate the whole map. Well, at least as far as we can take it before it runs out of water. So my goal is to get to the point where the water never leaves the map. Like, we just have so much water storage that we can hold all of the water that the water sources can put out. No, don't need to pump it into the reservoir. The water source blocks are immediately below. So we've got a cap over the water source blocks. Underneath that cap is the sluices that determine whether the water goes upwards or out. And then below that, in the pit here, is the water source blocks. So I just use the water pressure from the source blocks to fill the reservoir above. Drought time, let's stop you pumping, put you back in there. And we need some people on the power wheels. We're fine on extract for the time being. How many people have we got on soil? 4. Let's chop you down to just 1 because the storage is full. Which means we need more builders rather than more people sat in the factory. But it's starting to get a little bit late in the day for me. I'm starting to feel a bit snoozy. So I think we might wrap it up soon. Oh, Minty's streaming. Minty's streaming Riftbreaker. We could go raid Minty. Sally's getting sleepy. Very sleepy. And beavers are getting heavy. I think we're going to go raid Minty Jones. Minty is a good friend of mine. Been streaming with Minty for like 10 years now. Yeah, Riftbreaker's great. Minty's lovely. Got a Scottish accent, living in Australia, and met up with him. Mia and I went and did an escape room in Glasgow with him when he was over in Scotland. We've done all kinds of silly shenanigans together. Yep, let's go say hello to Minty. So thank you for watching, everybody. I'll be back again tonight. If I get a decent night's sleep tonight, we'll probably be playing Stellaris tomorrow. Yeah, and then it'll be Dwarf Fortress on Friday. Might be Dwarf Fortress tomorrow as well. Anyway, one of those. I'll see you later. Bye for now.